It is necessary for us to have a correct understanding before practicing Buddhism. Otherwise, all the time spent in cultivation would be futile, as the most superior result would not be obtained. Therefore, I would like to briefly explain the true nature of Buddhism. Chinese history tells us that about 3,000 years ago, Buddha Shakyamuni, the founder of Buddhism, was born in northern India. He lived 79 years and dedicated 49 of them to teaching. In 67 AD, 1,000 years after he entered nirvana, these teachings were formally introduced into China. Prior to acquiring a good knowledge of Buddhism, we need to understand the terms Buddha, Dharma, Buddhist Dharma, and Buddhist teaching, as they are important to our cultivation. Buddha is a Sanskrit word meaning wisdom and enlightenment. Why was it transliterated as Buddha and not translated into wisdom and enlightenment? The meaning of Buddha is so profound and extensive that these two words were insufficient to cover the original meaning. Therefore, transliteration was used with the help of further explanations. In essence, Buddha means wisdom. In application or function, it means enlightenment. There are 3 levels of wisdom. First, general and all knowledge wisdom is the correct understanding of the noumena or the essence. It is the wisdom of knowing the general aspect of all existences, the wisdom of Theravada sages. Second, differentiation wisdom is the wisdom that can correctly comprehend all of the infinite phenomena of the universe. The wisdom of knowing the discriminative aspect of all existences. The wisdom of the Bodhisattvas. How did these phenomena arise? From where? In what way? What were their results? Third, overall and perfect knowledge wisdom is the exhaustive and perfect wisdom, the perception and comprehension of the truth of life and the universe. Without the slightest doubt or error, it is the wisdom of Buddhas. Buddha Shakyamuni, possessing all 3 of these kinds of wisdom, completely understood the true reality of life and the universe. The function of wisdom is enlightenment. There are 3 classifications of enlightenment. First is self-enlightenment, a state in which one possesses no erroneous thoughts, views, speech, or behavior. Arhats and Pratyeka Buddhas and Theravada Buddhism have attained this level of self-enlightenment, but they have not yet generated the Bodhi mind, the mind to help all others achieve enlightenment as well. Second is enlightenment of self and others, a state in which one helps all others to reach enlightenment after achieving their own. Bodhisattvas in Mahayana Buddhism have attained this level. Third is perfect, complete enlightenment, a state in which one reaches both perfection in enlightenment for self, as well as helping others to reach enlightenment. This is the state of the Buddhas. The Buddha told us that this perfect wisdom and virtue are innate to all beings. The sutras, recorded teachings of the Buddha, tell us that all sentient beings can attain Buddhahood, and every being possesses the wisdom and virtuous character of the Buddha. In other words, all beings are equal to Buddhas in nature. However, due to our discriminating and wandering thoughts and attachments, which are the root cause of all sufferings and disasters, we have temporarily lost our original Buddha nature. Thus, we continue being born until the endless cycle of birth and death. The more we rid ourselves of these wandering thoughts and attachments, the more we will experience freedom from suffering, and the more wisdom and enlightenment we will uncover. Once we completely free ourselves from discriminating and wandering thoughts and attachments, our fixations to certain ideas or objects, we will regain our lost Buddhahood, our original perfect enlightened self, our original self-nature Buddha. Possessing great wisdom and enlightenment enables us to truly know all that exists and all that is infinite. This includes matters and objects as tiny as a speck of dust or the finest hair on the human body, to those as great as the infinite universe. All of these are the objects of our perception, or wisdom and enlightenment. The Buddha used the word Dharma to symbolize all of these infinite phenomena. Buddhist Dharma, or principle, is the infinite wisdom and enlightenment, the perception of all things and laws in life and the universe. Chinese people often say that Buddhist Dharma is as infinite as the object perceived, and the wisdom perceivable is infinite. This wisdom is innate to our original self-nature. The Buddha said, "Our innate perception and the objects in the universe perceived are one, not two." When we think about it logically, if the Buddha's words are complete and perfect, then we can believe that this wisdom and enlightenment are ultimate and perfect. However, if perceived and perceivable are opposites, then wisdom can hardly be complete and perfect, but rather it is limited. The Buddha told us that knowable and known, perceived and perceivable are one, not two. This is called the one true Dharma realm, the most genuine, perfect, and highest realm, as explained to us in the Flower Adornment Sutra. The Western Pure Land of the Pure Land School also belongs to and is not separate from the one true Dharma realm. The Western Pure Land was created by Buddha Amitabha as an ideal place of cultivation, as those who are born there are no longer subject to reincarnation within the 6 realms. In 1923, a well-known Buddhist scholar, Mr. Jing-U Ouyang, gave a speech at Nanjing Normal University in China, entitled "Buddhism is neither a religion nor a philosophy, but an essential for our modern world." It caused considerable sensation. His well-documented speech gave much conclusive support to the proper definition and viewpoint of Buddhism. This question arises in all those who wish to understand it. Buddhism is a most virtuous and perfect education directed by the Buddha towards all sentient beings in the universe. This education covers a boundless range of phenomena and principles that is much broader than what is currently studied in today's universities. In regards to time, it encompasses the past, present, and future. In regards to space, it encompasses everything from our daily lives to the infinite universe. Buddhism is an education of the wisdom and the understanding of life and the universe. It is not a religion. The teachings of Confucius concern one lifetime. The teachings of the Buddhas concern infinite lifetimes. How can we tell that Buddhism is an education? Today, the terms teacher and student are only used in school. However, we call Buddha Shakyamuni our original teacher. We call ourselves students, as did our predecessors in ancient China. This is unlike religions, in which the God and his or her disciples does not have a teacher-student relationship, but rather a parent-child relationship. In Buddhism, however, it is clearly stated that Buddhas are teachers and we are the students. Bodhisattvas and we are classmates. They were the Buddha's former students, while we are his current students. Furthermore, a monk or nun is called Hershang, which is the transliteration of the Sanskrit word meaning a direct mentor who provides teachings and acts as our personal guide. We share a close teacher-student relationship with this individual. Temples or way places have only one Hershang. Teachers who teach on behalf of the Hershang are called Ashali. Their speech and behavior can be models for all of us to follow. Others who do not directly teach would be called Dharma masters or Fasha. They are like teachers whose lectures we do not attend or those who do not directly teach us. All of these terms are characteristic of education and are not found in religion. For further examples of how Buddhism is an education, we can examine Chinese way places where the activities are held. This way place is an educational institution combining Buddhist teaching and art. It is similar to the combination of a modern school and a museum. Nowadays, people pursue art in everything. Buddhism, however, practiced artistic teaching as early as 3,000 years ago. The staff organization of the way place further illustrates the similarities to modern schools. The Heshang is equivalent to the principal of the school, deciding policies, making plans for courses of study, and employing the teachers. Reporting to the Heshang are 3 associates or program executives. They are in charge of everything directly related to teaching, advising and disciplining, and to general services. In China, a traditional way place was regarded as a Buddhist university. From this administrative structure, we can further see that Buddhism truly is an education. Currently, there are at least 5 forms of Buddhism. The first form is the traditional form that I have just discussed. It is the education of the Buddha's teachings. This original form is rarely seen today. The other 4 forms are deviations from this one. The second form is religious Buddhism. Although originally not a religion, it has become one in the past few hundred years. Why? The external form of Buddhism is indeed that of religion. It is no longer the education found in traditional way places, where cultivators had up to 16 hours a day for both cultivation and for study. The lessons included listening to lectures and the following discussions. The cultivation session included either Buddha name chanting or sitting meditation. Study and cultivation were used hand in hand to strive for the right and proper understanding and practice, to purify practitioners' minds, and to eventually attain the state of enlightenment. Since the monks and nuns spent 16 hours a day on study and cultivation, there was little time for discriminatory or wandering thoughts, and so achievement could be attained relatively quickly. Unfortunately, this traditional form of Buddhism is seldom seen nowadays in way places, for many of them have become a place to make offerings, to pray for blessings, and to conduct memorial services. it is little wonder that people regard Buddhism as a religion. The third form is philosophical or academic Buddhism, often seen as a course in today's colleges. This is inappropriate. Why? Buddhism education is a complete university in itself. It includes all branches of learning. But now, it is reduced to merely a philosophical discipline. Regarding it as such, we miss the importance of the fact that the teachings are a necessity for all sentient beings. Why? Because these teachings can resolve all problems ranging from those in our current lives to those in the future, including even those of birth and death. Buddhism's scope is broad and profound, and regarding it as merely an academic study is frankly another deviation. These two forms cause no serious harm to society. Religions try to encourage people to do good. Philosophy strives to pursue truth and to gain knowledge. The fourth and most recent deviation in Buddhism is as a show. It consists of a few hours of music and singing, with a short talk in between. However, the fifth form is a deviation that has gone too far. That is the one of the distortion of Buddhism into a cult. This deviated form has appeared in the last 30 to 40 years. The exploitation of Buddhism by evil cults has gone too far. In the name of Buddhism, they take advantage of the weaknesses of human nature, creating chaos by cheating and misleading people, endangering the safety of the public. Some of their propaganda and deeds can sound extremely enticing and appealing. However, if we join their activities, which are doomed to ruin, by the time we realize our mistake, the damage will have already been done. It will then be too late for regret. Therefore, we need to choose wisely which form to practice in order to receive Buddhism's true benefits. What is the ultimate goal of the Buddha's teachings? It is to attain the perfect, complete enlightenment. Transliterated from Sanskrit, it is Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Out of respect, this phrase was maintained in its original form rather than being translated. There are 3 stages within this enlightenment: proper enlightenment, equal and proper enlightenment, and perfect, complete enlightenment. The Buddha told us that scientists, philosophers, and religious scholars may have reached a good understanding about life and the universe. But this realization is neither complete nor perfect. Why? Although they have obtained some understanding, they are far from having freedom from anxiety. They are far from ending their afflictions. They indulge themselves in the 5 poisons of greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt. They remain mired in all the troubles of human relationships and are swayed by personal feelings. In other words, they are human. If a person has severed greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt, and afflictions, the Buddha will acknowledge this person as having attained the first level, that of proper enlightenment. He or she will be called an arhat, the initial academic degree in Buddhism. Arhats differ from Buddhas in the way that they use their mind. They use it in the same manner that we do. The difference is that we still have afflictions, while arhats do not. The next higher level of enlightenment is that of equal and proper enlightenment, which is represented by bodhisattvas. They resemble Buddhas in motivation, but have not yet reached the same level of enlightenment. The minds of bodhisattvas are genuine. They remain forever unchanged and are similar to those of the Buddhas. Buddhas use the full and perfect true heart. Buddhas represent the highest level of enlightenment, which is the perfect, complete enlightenment. In Buddhist classic literature, the perfect, true mind of a Buddha was symbolized by a full moon. The mind of a bodhisattva was symbolized by a crescent moon, which was neither full nor perfect. And the mind of an arhat was symbolized by the moonlight reflected from the surface of water. It is not real. These 3 levels of enlightenment can be compared to our college educational system. The level or degree of arhat is similar to earning an undergraduate degree. The level of bodhisattva is similar to earning a master's degree, and the level of Buddha is similar to earning a doctorate. The word Buddha is not exclusive to Buddha Shakyamuni, but is a common title for any being who has attained the perfect, complete enlightenment. Thus, Buddha, Bodhisattva, and Arhat are only names or titles to represent the levels of enlightenment, or a degree we receive in Buddhism. And they are certainly not deities to be worshipped. So a Buddha is one who has fully comprehended the truth of life and the universe, and who has acquired the ultimate and perfect wisdom. This is also the goal of Buddhist education, to enable beings to attain this same level of wisdom. Therefore, Buddhism is an education of wisdom. The principle of Buddhism is to break through all superstitions and delusions. It is to resolve delusion to attain happiness and enlightenment, to eliminate suffering, to gain serenity and purity of mind. What is delusion? When we do not thoroughly and properly understand the phenomena around us, we tend to be deluded, to have wrong ideas which lead us to make mistakes. Then we suffer ill consequences as a result. However, if we have correct understanding about life and the universe, we will be free from mistakes in thought, judgment, and behavior. Then our result, our effect, will be favorable. Thus, resolving delusion to attain enlightenment is the cause, and eliminating suffering to attain enlightenment and purity is the effect. Only through resolving superstition and delusion can enlightenment be attained. This is the objective of the Buddha's teaching. This wisdom will enable all beings to differentiate true from false, proper from improper, right from wrong, and good from bad. It can help us to establish a dynamic and caring attitude toward life and our surroundings. So we can clearly see that Buddhism is neither passive nor obsolete, nor is it retreating from society. As said in the Buddha Speaks of the Infinite Life Sutra of adornment, purity, equality, and enlightenment of the Mahayana school, or the Infinite Life Sutra, Buddhism can perfectly solve all afflictions and problems. It enables us to attain true and ultimate benefits by creating fulfilling lives, happy families, harmonious societies, prosperous societies, and a peaceful world. These are the objectives of the Buddha's teachings for our world now. The ultimate objectives of abandoning all worries, thus transcending the 6 realms, are even more incredibly wonderful. Therefore, we can see that Buddhism is an education that will enable us to attain truth, virtue, beauty, wisdom, and genuine eternal happiness. After understanding the goals and principles of the Buddha's teachings, we need to deepen our understanding of the Dharma. What is the Dharma? It is the true reality of life and the universe. It is all the teachings of the Buddhas, which are included in sutras. These ancient textbooks documented all of the Buddha's teachings and were recorded by his students. The most basic one of Mahayana Buddhism is the original vow of Earth Treasure Bodhisattva Sutra. It can be regarded as a textbook for first grade students, within which the truth was clearly spoken, not with spoken language, but with emissions of light. This sutra, as told by Buddha Shakyamuni, begins with his emitting infinite bright lights, called the Great Perfection Brightness Cloud, the Great Compassion Brightness Cloud, the Great Wisdom Brightness Cloud, the Great Prajna Brightness Cloud, the Great Samadhi Brightness Cloud, the Great Auspicious Brightness Cloud, the Great Good Fortune Brightness Cloud, the Great Merit Brightness Cloud, the Great Refuge Brightness Cloud, and the Great Merit Brightness Cloud. Although 10 kinds are given, it does not mean that there are only 10. The number 10 is regarded as a symbol of perfection, a complete cycle symbolizing infinity. What is called perfection in the Earth Treasure Sutra is called infinity in the Infinite Life Sutra. Not only life can be infinite, but everything can be infinite. However, of all infinities, that of life is the most important. We may have boundless wealth and immeasurable good fortune, but how can we enjoy them if we do not have sufficient lifespans? Therefore, the Pure Land School uses infinite life to symbolize all infinities. In the Earth Treasure Sutra, the 10 brightness clouds represent this concept. One is all, and all is one, clearly explains the infinite cosmos and life. Upon what did the Buddha base his teachings of life and the universe? First is the Great Perfection Brightness Cloud. The Great Perfection of Tibetan Buddhism is the true self-nature in Chinese Buddhism. The true self-nature is great perfection. The following 9 clouds of compassion, wisdom, etc. are perfect. Everything is perfect. This great perfection is our own innate, true self-nature. It was from this initial point that the Buddha imparted the infinite teachings to us, thus revealing the true nature of all phenomena in the universe. Everything that the Buddha taught to us is innate. It is our original true self-nature that is within each of us. The purpose of his 49 years of teachings was to help us to learn how to live happy and fulfilling lives. This unique and complete education is for all sentient beings and is much more vast and extensive than that found in our modern educational system. People work hard every day. What drives them to get up early in the morning and work long hours before coming home? It is the pursuit of prestige and wealth, especially wealth. Would people continue to work if they could not receive money or some degree of prestige after having worked for a whole day? Of course not. Most would become listless and unwilling to work. Therefore, for most people, the driving force in our society is wealth, followed by prestige. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas desire neither wealth nor prestige, yet they work harder than we do. What is the driving force behind this conscientious teaching while expecting nothing in return? It is the second brightness cloud, the great compassion brightness cloud. It is like a mother's love for her children, especially her newborn baby, but it is more profound in depth. A mother does so out of natural love and compassion, asking for nothing in return. This love is called a heart of compassion. The compassion of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas towards all sentient beings is boundless, unconditional, and universal. It is the eternal driving force that compels them to help all sentient beings. Therefore, the great compassion brightness cloud follows the great perfection brightness cloud. In order to teach others, we practice cultivation as well as encouraging others to do likewise. We do so to sincerely introduce Buddhism to other people. What is our driving force? Compassion. But if we do so for wealth or prestige, then it is purely business. And this is totally wrong, for it violates the very spirit of Buddhism. In fact, the circulation of the teachings, including sutras and reference works, should be unconditional. Copyrighted materials do not accord with the true spirit of Buddhism. Every time I am presented with a Buddhist book, I first check for the copyright page. If it says this book is protected by copyright, any unauthorized printing of this book shall lead to punishment. I will not read the book. If asked why I do not wish to read it, my answer is that any true and good knowledge should benefit others unconditionally, and that reprinting should be allowed. It would be a waste of time and energy to read such copyrighted books. Only the writings of those who are broad-minded and kind-hearted, and who sincerely practice what they teach, deserve to be read, to be studied. How can we expect a narrow-minded, profit-seeking person to write good things and conclude them with a great perfection? Compassion is built on rationale and is free from emotion. To be otherwise, it is delusion, and therefore it is wrong. There are two Buddhist sayings. The first, compassion is the essence. Convenient means is the way to accommodate people with different capacities. The second seemingly says the complete opposite. Compassion often incurs misfortune, and convenience often leads to immorality. The reason behind this apparent contradiction is that if we ignore rationality and instead yield to emotion, compassion then often results in misfortune, while doing favors for someone gives rise to immorality. Hence, this is followed by the great wisdom brightness cloud, the third brightness cloud, the third of the 10 great perfections. Perfect wisdom gives rise to perfect compassion. Wisdom is the method of convenience. Only by wisely utilizing methods of wisdom and compassion can we help sentient beings be enlightened, be freed from suffering. The next brightness cloud is the great prajna, intuitive wisdom brightness cloud. What is the difference between intuitive wisdom and wisdom? The Great Wisdom Sutra states, prajna, innocence, knowing nothing. It is the intuitive wisdom without knowing, and yet knowing everything. Without knowing is intuitive wisdom. Knowing everything is wisdom. In other words, one is essence and the other is function. From a different perspective, wisdom is the knowledge of things and the realization of truth. Intuitive wisdom, our original wisdom, is that which can free people from afflictions and worries. Acquired wisdom is that which can interpret all phenomena in the universe. It arises from the original wisdom. if we cannot completely attain the great perfection of the universe, how can we teach about it to others? When worries are completely eradicated and ignorance dispelled, we can attain our own great perfection and restore our original ability. From that point on, we are in a state of total awareness and are capable of doing everything. We are omniscient and omnipotent. The brightness clouds of wisdom and intuitive wisdom contain profound meanings and are the perfect, complete wisdom. How do we attain wisdom? It is innate to our self-nature, but it is now covered. Where is it? The Buddha told us that it is not permanently lost, but just temporarily lost. When we reach enlightenment, we can uncover this wisdom. Then how can we free ourselves from delusion and recover our original ability? One method taught by Buddha Shakyamuni is deep concentration, which is also called Great Samadhi Brightness Cloud. Samadhi is another transliteration from Sanskrit, meaning the proper enjoyment, which has the same meaning as deep concentration. Buddhism emphasizes cultivation or correcting our thoughts and behavior. It is to correct everything that arises from our body, mouth, and mind, the three karmas of erroneous behavior, speech, and thought. To correct these three karmas, we start from the mind. As the Zen school teaches, cultivation should start from the root. What is the root? It is the mind. If our mind is proper, then our thought, speech, and behavior will likewise be proper. In Buddhism, there are innumerable methods of practice. All of these methods are ways for concentration in our cultivation. Not only the Zen school emphasizes concentration in cultivation. All the schools do, although they may not use the term meditation. Pure Land Buddhism calls it one mind undisturbed, or purity of mind. Tibetan Buddhism explains it as the three mystic practices, the three karmas of body, mouth, and mind corresponding to that of the Buddha. Used here, corresponding means concentration. we can see that various schools emphasize the same principles. They simply use different forms to describe it. Therefore, since all lead to the same goal, all methods are equal, and no one method is better than another. We can choose whichever method best fits our manner of living and level of achievement and understanding. The most important point is to concentrate on just one method. The more methods we try to follow, the more confused we become. The more confused we are, the more difficult it is to succeed. This is very important, as samadhi, or deep concentration, is the key to success in our learning and cultivation. We explain these as the three learnings of precepts or self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom. Self-discipline leads to deep concentration. Deep concentration leads to wisdom. Therefore, intuitive wisdom arises from deep concentration. This deep concentration is our self-nature and is called the Great Samadhi, brightness cloud. Of the 10 brightness clouds, the first 5 explain fundamental principles, and the latter 5 describe the methods. The fundamental principles are the basis of Buddha Shakyamuni's teachings. The following are the 5 methods. First is the great auspicious brightness cloud. What does auspicious mean? For most of us, auspicious means to get what we deserve. If we obtain what we do not observe, it is not auspicious. The meaning of auspicious in Buddhism is much more profound. Throughout the universal existence, nothing is beyond our knowledge and experience. This is great auspiciousness. For example, when we are mindful of Buddha Amitabha and vow to be born into the Western Pure Land, we will attain birth into the Western Pure Land. If we vow to be born into the flower adornment world, we will attain the stage of awakening of Arakana Buddha. This is the original meaning of auspicious. In our world, Buddha Shakyamuni taught different methods for different levels of understanding, and this is the utmost auspiciousness. First, the Buddha's teachings never contradict the truth of life and the universe. Second, the Buddha always adopted his teachings to meet the audience's needs. His teachings would be a failure if they proved to be incomprehensible to the listeners, or if they were too simple and boring. Neither of these would be auspicious. Therefore, the appropriate teaching is most auspicious. The Buddha conveys all that he wishes. We hear all that we can understand and absorb. This is the utmost, the greatest, the perfect auspiciousness. Nowadays, people pursue wealth, knowledge, health, and long life. This is called good fortune. If the Buddha asks us to learn and practice Buddhism, but we do not receive what he said we would, then we will reject the teachings. Why? If we cannot get what we wish for now, how can we believe we will receive what is promised to us in the next life? It is all too distant and uncertain. When will we get to enjoy the promised great reward? However, if we can receive benefits now, we will be much more likely to believe in the promise of even greater rewards in the future. By truly practicing Buddhism, we will receive all that we wish for. This is similar to a tree blossoming and bearing fruit. Only when we see the beautiful blossoms will we believe that there will be fruit. If the flower does not blossom, how can we believe there will be fruit? Therefore, we have the great good fortune brightness cloud following the great auspicious brightness cloud. We must cultivate the cause before we can receive the result. The next guiding principle is represented by the great merit brightness cloud. All Buddhas spent a long time, 100 eons, cultivating good fortune after attaining Buddhahood. Why? A Buddha cannot help sentient beings if he himself does not have great good fortune. People will not believe in a teacher who talks of it but obviously lacks it. However, when the teacher has it and explains that it comes from cultivation, then people will listen and follow his or her teachings. Therefore, only if the teacher has great good fortune and virtue in addition to wisdom can he or she help sentient beings. Thus, the Buddha taught us to cultivate both good fortune and wisdom. However, good fortune is different from merit, and that merit is the one that helps us to transcend the cycle of birth and death. We accumulate merit by practicing the three learnings of self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom. In our practice, we need to rely on the next principle of the great refuge brightness cloud. This is not what is usually thought of as taking refuge in the triple jewels of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Rather, it is to return to and rely upon the triple jewels, the great perfection of our true self-nature. The great brightness cloud, the great praise brightness cloud, symbolizes educating others about Buddhism, praising the perfect and infinite merits and virtues of the self-nature. What does Buddhism teach us? To attain our perfect self-nature. Zen Buddhism often says that we should search for the original state of our perfect self-nature. In summary, Buddha Shakyamuni emitted light at the beginning of the Earth Treasure Sutra. This light has many infinite, boundless meanings, more than the 10 brightness clouds discussed. The first 5 brightness clouds are the great perfection of self-nature, and the last 5 are the function of self-nature. These 10 comprise the basis of the Buddha's teachings and are to be found in many sutras, often represented by emissions of light. Many people read of the brightness clouds without any real understanding of the profound meanings within. Not only this sutra, but also all sutras start and flow from the great perfection. We will benefit much more from reading sutras once we understand these representations. The sequence of practice in Mahayana Buddhism is represented in China by the 4 great bodhisattvas: Ditsang, Earth Treasure Bodhisattva of Juehua Mountain; Guanyin, Great Compassion Bodhisattva of Putao Mountain; Wensha Shuli, Manjusri Bodhisattva of Utai Mountain; and Puxian, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva of Amei Mountain. Earth treasure means stored treasure of the great Mother Earth, which represents our mind. Without the earth, nothing could survive. So the Buddha used the earth as a metaphor for our mind, which is the great perfection. It encompasses infinite compassion, wisdom, intuitive wisdom, auspiciousness, good fortune, merit, and virtue. Therefore, all that the Buddha taught is in the sutras, is infinite, is the great perfection. Understanding this will enable us to find the boundless meanings within. The Earth Treasure Sutra explains that we begin our learning and practice by being filial to our parents and respectful to our teachers and elders. Buddhism is an education of honoring teachers and revering their teachings, which is based on the foundation of filial piety. How can we expect a person who is not filial to his or her parents to respect his or her teachers? A teacher, regardless of learning and capabilities, cannot impart knowledge to a student who does not respect or listen to them. Therefore, only when we honor teachers and revere their teachings can we truly succeed in our learning of Buddhism. The original vow of Earth Treasure Bodhisattva Sutra is the Sutra of Filial Piety, which is the very heart of the Great Perfection. All other perfections arise from it. From here, we extend this loving and caring for parents to respecting teachers and elders. We keep expanding from here until we respect and care for all sentient beings without discrimination or attachment. This is the enhancement and the extension of Earth Treasure Bodhisattva, and is the teaching of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Therefore, without filial piety, there would be no great compassion. This is similar to building a house. The second floor must be built upon the first floor. In being filial to our parents and showing compassion for all other beings, we should not use emotion. Rather, we need to base this compassion on rationale and wisdom. Only in this way can we attain positive results. Next is the third Bodhisattva, Manjusri, who symbolizes wisdom, and Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, who symbolizes the practice of filial piety, respect, compassion, and wisdom in our daily lives. If we practice these principles while interacting with others, matters, and objects, then we ourselves are Universal Worthy Bodhisattva. The teachings of Universal Worthy Bodhisattva are perfect. As the Flower Adornment Sutra tells us, we cannot attain Buddhahood if we do not follow his teachings. Why? This Bodhisattva is perfect in every thought, word, and deed. Without true wisdom, the great vow of Universal Worthy Bodhisattva cannot be fulfilled. These four great Bodhisattvas exemplify this understanding and represent the perfection of Mahayana Buddhism. Therefore, from Earth Treasure Bodhisattva, we learn filial piety and respect. From Guanyin Bodhisattva, we learn great compassion. From Manjusri Bodhisattva, we learn great wisdom. And from universal worthy Bodhisattva, we learn the great vows and conduct. Buddha Shakyamuni used innumerable methods to correspond with the level of attainment of his listeners. However, regardless of the particular method, he never deviated from the great perfection. In other words, all his teachings arose from the self-nature. Consequently, all methods are equal. It is like the harmony between the leading role and the supporting roles in the Flower Adornment Sutra. If Buddha Shakyamuni is the leading role, then all other Buddhas are the supporting roles. When Buddha Amitabha is the leading role, then Buddha Vairocana will be the supporting role. Any Buddha can take the leading role. Harmonious cooperation between the roles is also found among the Bodhisattvas. If we regard Guan Yin Bodhisattva as the leading role in our learning of Buddhism, then all the others, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, are the supporting roles. If Earth Treasure Bodhisattva takes the leading role, then Guan Yin Bodhisattva and others take the supporting roles. This principle applies to sutras as well. When we choose the Infinite Life Sutra as our primary sutra, then all other sutras become secondary. If we take the Diamond Sutra as the primary, then the Infinite Life Sutra and the Flower Adornment Sutra become the secondary. All bodhisattvas and all sutras are equal in nature. Whichever primary method is chosen, it is praised as number one. However, saying that a certain method is number one does not mean that the others are less important or less effective. If we forget this, then we commit a serious offense. What offense? That of praising ourselves and belittling others. Consider the origin of the Visualization Sutra. When Queen Vaidehi suffered from overwhelming fortune, from overwhelming family misfortune, she bitterly said to Buddha Shakyamuni that life was filled with suffering, and she asked if there was not a place without suffering, and said that she wished to live in such a world. By applying his supernatural abilities, Buddha Shakyamuni displayed for the Queen all the worlds of all the Buddhas in the universe. She vowed to be born into Buddha Amitabha's Western Pure Land, the world of ultimate bliss, and requested that Buddha Shakyamuni teach her how to accomplish this. He taught her how to practice the three conditions, explaining that they were the fundamental causes of attaining Buddhahood. For the Buddhas of the past, present, and future had all used the three conditions. Therefore, they are a crucial part and a foundation of our practice. The three conditions are the basis of Buddhism and are crucial in our attainment of Buddhahood. To be a virtuous person, it is necessary to first follow the three conditions. In the sutras, we often see the phrase, good men and good women. What are the requirements for being good? Meeting each of the 11 principles contained in the three conditions. Thus, we will see that the requirements are stringent. Good men and women in the human and heaven realms need only meet the first condition. Theravada sutras only require practitioners to fulfill the first and second conditions. But for Mahayana practitioners, good men and women must meet all three conditions. As we see in Mahayana sutras such as the Earth Treasure Sutra and the Infinite Life Sutra, it is to live our lives in accordance with these 11 principles. Failure to satisfy any one of these principles would prohibit a person from being considered good. Regardless of what the Buddha taught, the methods of learning and cultivation, or the reality of life and the universe, all accord with the three conditions. All accord with the great perfection. The 11 principles of the three conditions are likewise perfect in every word. The first condition concerns the great good fortune required to be a human or heavenly being, and includes being filial to our parents, being respectful to our teachers and elders, being compassionate and not killing any living beings, and following the 10 good conducts. Consider the first and second principles of being filial to our parents and respecting teachers and elders. The Chinese character for filial piety, xiao, is comprised of two parts. The top part, old, means the previous generations, and the bottom part, children, means the future generations. This demonstrates that the previous generations and the future generations are one. They are one rather than two. In our modern world, the existence of the generation gap has resulted in parents and children being two instead of one. This gap contradicts the principle of filial piety, which has no generation gap. The past had its own past. The future will have its own future. The past had no beginning, and the future will have no end. They are one Filial piety reaches beyond time and extends throughout the universe. In other words, it encompasses the entire universe. Who can practice the principle of filial piety to perfection? Only a Buddha can do so. Without having attained Buddhahood, we cannot achieve the great perfection in practicing filial piety. Filial piety has profound meanings in Buddhism. It means to take care of parents mentally, physically, and to fulfill their wishes. To further extend and enhance our respect and care for our parents, we have compassion for all beings in this world. As stated in a precept sutra, all men are my father, all women are my mother. This is broadening the mind of filial piety so that it encompasses all beings in the universe, in the past, present, and future. Mahayana teachings are based on the principle of filial piety, for without it, there would be no principle of respecting teachers. It is illogical that we are not filial to our parents, yet respectful to our teachers. We could have ulterior motives. For example, flattering the teacher to obtain a better grade. Filial piety and respect go together. At the same time that we are filial to our parents, we also elevate that filial piety to being respectful to our teachers. Only when we realize this truth will we truly appreciate the principle of filial piety. The Earth Treasure Sutra is the Buddha's teaching of filial piety. For only when we treat our parents with such respect can we uncover the infinite treasure within our own self-nature. Being filial towards our parents is a virtue of our self-nature. Only virtuous acts can uncover our self-nature. It is the first and most fundamental principle of the three conditions. The Chinese respect ancestors, even though they are distant to them by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. They memorialize them on important festivals. Why? Their ancestors and they are one entity. There is no gap between them. Sincerely memorializing our ancestors corresponds with our self-nature. If we remember and respect our ancestors, we will certainly be filial to our parents. When we are filial towards our parents, it naturally follows that we will respect our teachers. When we disappoint our parents, By not respecting teachers, not following their instructions, and not studying hard, we violate the principle of filial piety. Also, siblings would do well to live in harmony. Not getting along with brothers and sisters will cause parents to worry, thus violating the principle of filial piety. By getting along with others at work, meeting responsibilities, and abiding by laws, we will not cause our parents to worry. Thus, we will accord with the principle of filial piety. These are a true perfection of virtue. Buddha Shakyamuni taught us to begin our learning from here. He is our original teacher from 3,000 years ago. If we respect a teacher from this far in the past, how can we not respect our current teachers? When we pay respect to an image of the Buddha, we are not worshiping him. We pay respect to the image as a representation of our original teacher, and therefore we pay our debt of gratitude to him. This is why the followers of the Buddha respect the Buddha's images, as well as memorial tablets of ancestors. This practice has a far-reaching and widespread educational significance, for at the sight of them, we remember our obligation of caring for and respecting our parents, teachers, and elders. The Earth Treasure Sutra tells us about compassion after explaining the great perfection. Compassion is the third principle of the three conditions. Compassion is also a virtue of self-nature and is crucial to our practice. When the virtue of filial piety and respect for parents and teachers is expanded, it becomes compassion. Compassion includes not killing any living being. This statement has profound meanings. Without a thorough comprehension of Earth Treasure Sutra, we cannot understand the true meaning behind not killing any living being. Of all bad karmas, that of killing is the worst. Why? All living beings have the natural instinct of fearing and evading death. Although killing is the direct retribution of the victim who killed the present killer in a previous lifetime, the current victim does not know this. He or she would not think that they killed this present victim. They killed this person now, so this person is killing me now. If only the victim could understand this, there would be no anger at the retribution. Instead, the present victim would think, "You are killing me now. I will kill you next. This vengeance will be repeated in the endless cycle of birth and death, and the mutual hatred will grow stronger and stronger. This is the most terrible of all offenses, and is why we need so urgently to practice compassion for all beings. There are infinite ways to practice compassion, but in the three conditions, the Buddha particularly stressed not killing any living being. In other words, not killing is the ultimate act of being filial towards our parents and respectful towards our teachers and elders. In other words, killing is the ultimate act of unfiliality and disrespect. The Buddha taught the basic 5 precepts, and the first of these is also the first of the 10 good conducts. Do not kill. Continuing to kill is to completely disregard this teaching and is an ultimate act of disrespect. Disrespect is tantamount to being unfilial to our parents. Consequently, if we ignore these instructions and kill, we are neither compassionate nor filial. The fourth principle is following the 10 good conducts, which are the good behavior to be found in many cultures and religions throughout the world. Buddha Shakyamuni told us that if we practice these good conducts, we would not fall into the 3 bad realms. Instead, we would likely to be born into the heaven realms if we practice these good conducts diligently. If we achieve the deep concentration along with the 4 immeasurable hearts of loving kindness, compassion, joy, and letting go, we will rise to an even higher level of the heavens, the heaven of form and the heaven of formless. The Buddha groups the 10 good conducts into 3 major categories: physical, verbal, and mental. Physically, we are prohibited from killing, stealing, and committing sexual misconduct. The last prohibition is for laypersons. For monks and nuns, this prohibition is to eradicate all sexual inclinations. Regardless of their good deeds or their ability in deep concentration, those who have sexual desires can only rise as far as the heaven of desire. This heaven has 6 levels. The higher we rise, the lighter these desires. A person who sincerely cultivates and has thus attained even the lowest level of deep concentration would be able to suppress sexual desires. At this level, the 5 desires of wealth, lust, fame, food or drink, and sleep would not arise. Although the desires are not completely eradicated, they can be suppressed by deep concentration. Only the one who can resist temptations of desire can attain this state and thus be born into the heavens above the first level meditation heaven. Understanding this explains why attainment throughout this process is so difficult. When we are attempting to practice, we can ask ourselves, can I resist the 5 desires of wealth, lust, fame, food or drink, and sleep? If we yield to temptation, we will not be able to rise to this level of heaven. The second good conduct is to not steal. For instance, some people like to evade paying their income taxes. This is equivalent to stealing money from the whole country. And the retribution from this is much more serious than stealing private property. When we steal one person's private property, we only have a debt to that one person. But if we steal the property of an entire country, we have a hopelessly insurmountable task, insurmountable debt, because we then have stolen from and subsequently owe every taxpayer. For example, the United States has a population of well over 200 million people. 200 million creditors. Just imagine the consequences. Therefore, a sincere practitioner must be a law-abiding person, devoted to meeting public responsibilities. One who does not violate the good deeds of no killing, stealing, or sexual misconduct is said to be proper in physical conduct. There are 4 verbal good deeds: no lying, abusive language, bearing tales, and seductive words. First, do not lie. To lie is to cheat deliberately. It is dishonesty. Second, do not make rude or abusive remarks. Those who have this bad habit speak with no sense of propriety. Their words can be very irritating and very harmful. Third, do not talk about others behind their back, for this sows discord among people. A person says to Sam, "Tom has said something bad about you." And then this person says to Tom, "Sam has said something bad about you." Whether this person does so deliberately or unintentionally, he is bearing tales and gossiping. In our society, many people do this unintentionally. At times, so many people participate in this that the subject becomes distorted beyond recognition. A well-meant message or remark may become just the opposite after everyone who passes it adds or omits something. This can cause serious consequences, ranging from discord among individuals to war among countries. Fourth, do not use seductive words. These can sound very sweet and enticing, but often conceal bad intentions. Just look at many of today's singers, movie stars, and performers. They sound beautiful and look good. But what they are teaching people to do is to lie, to steal, to kill. Fifth, do not commit sexual misconduct. Practice chastity before as well as after marriage. Finally, there are 3 mental good conducts: no greed, anger, or ignorance. Greed includes being stingy, reluctant to give of our belongings, our knowledge to help others. This can become the greatest obstacle to overcome in our practice. The Buddha taught giving as a way to eradicate our greed. Some practitioners are able to resist worldly temptations. However, they cannot resist the desire to learn many methods of practice. So they may not truly have rid themselves of their greed. The Buddha taught us to let go of all desires and greed. He did not ask us to turn to new objects of our greed. In the past, we sought worldly joys. Now we seek and attach to Buddha knowledge. The mind of greed is still there. Therefore, whether for worldly life or for Buddhist knowledge, we would do well not to be greedy. Greed is the source of all misdeeds and wrongdoings. Greed leads to resentment and anger. Why? We become resentful and angry when our greed is not satisfied, and this brings about immense worries and afflictions. Greed is the cause of the karma that results in our being born into the hungry ghost realms. By failing to rid ourselves of the resentment and anger caused by greed, we can be born into the hell realms. Ignorance, having no wisdom, is the cause of our being born into the animal realm. In both worldly teachings and in Buddhism, there is truth and falsehood, justice and injustice, right and wrong, good and bad. An ignorant person cannot tell the difference between them. He or she often confuses false and true, good and bad. Whether this is done intentionally or unintentionally, this person is ignorant. The 3 poisons are the biggest obstacles to our attainment of enlightenment. Buddhism especially the Zen school, advocates starting our practice from the root, the mind. To start from this root, we need to sever our greed, anger, and ignorance. These 3 physical, 4 verbal, and 3 mental deeds comprise the 10 good conducts. If we are filial too and care for our parents, respect and serve our teachers and elders, and are compassionate without any killing, and practice the 10 good conducts, we will be regarded as good people by society. However, in the Buddhist sense, we are still not considered good men and good women. Thus, it is not easy for us to achieve even the basic standards. The second condition concerns the good fortune required to be a Theravada sage and includes taking the 3 refuges, abiding by precepts, laws, and customs, and behaving in a proper and dignified manner. Mahayana Buddhism is based on the foundation of Theravada Buddhism, which was introduced into China during the Sui and Tang dynasties 1,300 years ago, but it soon gave way to Mahayana Buddhism. Why did the Theravada teachings decline in China? In ancient times, people who learned Buddhism had already been nurtured in the Taoist and Confucian traditions, which were enough to replace the Theravada teachings. Since the Taoist and Confucian teachings were also similar to those of the Mahayana teachings, it was natural for the Chinese to accept them. Thus, the Theravada teachings were not practiced, as Taoism and Confucianism served as the foundation for Mahayana Buddhism. Consequently, Theravada teachings never really developed in China. Today, people learn and practice Mahayana, but ignore Theravada Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. This is similar to ignoring the foundation and first floor when building a house. Such an attempt will not work because the house would be a cabin in the sky. This is why we see so few Buddhist successors today. Theravada Buddhism is established on a human heavenly basis, which includes being filial to our parents, respectful to our teachers and elders, compassionate to all others, and diligent in practicing the 10 good conducts. With this base, we can meet the criteria to begin learning and practicing Buddhism. To be a Buddhist practitioner, after we have acquired basic understanding, we may pay respect to the teacher and take the 3 refuges of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, the 5th principle of the 3 conditions. We pay respect to Buddha Shakyamuni and express the wish to follow his teachings for the rest of our lives. From this point on, we will have the standards for changing our thought, speech, and behavior. Taking refuge in the Triple Jewels is to take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. In ancient times, everyone understood the meaning of the Triple Jewels. However, today, many people misunderstand the meaning. When they hear the word Buddha, they think of an image. When they hear the word Dharma, they think of a sutra. And when they hear the word Sangha, they think of monks or nuns. The 6th patriarch of Zen, Master Huineng, foresaw the possibility that people in the future would misinterpret the meaning of the Triple Jewels. Therefore, whenever he taught, he would not use the words Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Instead, he used enlightenment, proper understanding, and purity. These terms are more easily understood and less subject to misunderstanding. They are called the Triple Jewels of Self-Nature, which are the true principles for us to follow. If we become misled here and follow an individual master, we will remain misled from now on. If this happens, how can we achieve any real attainment? When we take refuge in the Triple Jewels, we first return to and rely upon the Buddha. For uncountable eons, we have been wandering helplessly and hopelessly in the 6 realms. Now, we have met a good teacher who shows us that we need to return from our confusion, delusion, and erroneous thinking, that we need to rely upon the awakening of our self-nature. Our self-nature was originally awakened, so the Buddha that we rely upon is not to be found outside of ourselves, but is innate to our self-nature. The Pure Land School teaches that Buddha Amitabha and the Pure Land are already within our self-nature. Buddha Amitabha, Buddha Shakyamuni, and all Buddhas manifest from our self-nature. Therefore, what we rely upon is the Buddha or awakening of our self-nature. From now on, we should be awakened and never again be deluded or filled with attachments. For if we do, then we will have not turned back. Next, we return to and rely upon the Dharma, of which our thoughts and viewpoints of life and the universe completely accord with the one true reality. This treasure is also only found within our self-nature. Buddha Shakyamuni taught us to return from erroneous thoughts and viewpoints, and to rely upon only those that are proper. This is to return to and rely upon the Dharma. The Buddha did not tell us to blindly follow him, but rather to be a dauntless, independent individual and to find the truth for ourselves. Next, we return to and rely upon the Sangha, which represents purity of the six senses of sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and idea. Most of us will find that our six senses become polluted when they encounter external surroundings. When these are pleasing, we develop a heart of greed, which is pollution. When these are displeasing, we develop a heart of resentment and anger, which is also pollution. We need to remember that the 5 desires of wealth, lust, fame, food or drink, and sleep, and the 7 human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire are all impurities of the heart. The Buddha told us that originally our self-nature was pure, was without impurity. We need to eradicate all impurities and rely upon our pure heart. This is to return to and rely upon the Sangha. In summary, taking refuge in the Buddha means being awakened and not deluded. Taking refuge in the Dharma means having proper viewpoints. Taking refuge in the Sangha means being pure and not polluted. These are the triple jewels of the self-nature that the Buddha taught us for our practice: awakening, proper viewpoints, and purity. From now on, we need to forget our past and return to and rely upon these triple jewels and use them to correct our thoughts, speech, and behavior. When we attain one of the 3 refuges, we achieve the other 2 as well. Think about it. Will an awakened person have erroneous viewpoints? Will this person have an impure heart? Can a person with an impure heart and erroneous viewpoints attain awakening? The Buddha has shown us these 3 guidelines to uncover our original self-nature and thus to attain Buddhahood. This is similar to a way place with 3 entrances. We only need to step through one, and we are in. Zen Buddhism uses the sudden enlightenment method to uncover our self-nature. However, only cultivators with superior capability and purity of mind can achieve attainment in this way. For example, the 6th patriarch of Zen, Master Huineng, only taught students with superior capabilities. Other schools, such as the Tiantai, Flower Adornment, and 3 Sastras Discourse School, use the proper thoughts and viewpoints method by correcting thoughts and behavior by following the guidelines in the sutras. However, this requires endurance and much practice because achievement takes a long time and we have to study many sutras. The Pure Land and Tibetan school, however, emphasize practice through purity of mind through cultivation. It is logical that these 2 schools are popular today in this Dharma ending age. However, the Pure Land school does not require superior capabilities or a long period of time for practice, as it stresses the Buddha name chanting method to achieve purity of mind. It is much easier to practice and thus to reach attainment in than the Tibetan school. Again, although the doors to the way place are different, each of them will grant us entry. Therefore, all methods are equal, and the methods of enlightenment, proper thoughts and viewpoints, and purity are in essence the same. Thus, we need to have a clear understanding of the triple jewels of self-nature and to know which method to choose as the basis for our individual practice. Only in this way will we find genuine refuge. Otherwise, we will remain ignorant of where to take refuge and upon what to rely. Although we may now have more understanding of the triple jewels, we may still be confused as to how to practice them in our daily lives. Each school has its own representations of the triple jewels. For example, in the Flower Adornment School, there are Vairocana Buddha, the Flower Adornment Sutra, Manjusri Bodhisattva, and Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, and the 41 great Bodhisattvas, respectively. They are our role models to emulate. The triple jewels of the Tiantai school are Buddha Shakyamuni, the Lotus Sutra, and the Bodhisattvas named in the sutra, respectively. In the Pure Land school, they are Buddha Amitabha, the Infinite Life Sutra, the other 4 sutras, and 1 sastra or commentary. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Great Strength Bodhisattva, Manjushri Bodhisattva, and Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, respectively. We learn compassion from Guanyin Bodhisattva and single-minded concentration from Great Strength Bodhisattva. The chapter on the perfect and complete realization of Great Strength Bodhisattva in the Surangama Sutra tells us of how Great Strength Bodhisattva concentrated on the Buddha name chanting method from the time he took refuge until the time he attained enlightenment. He taught us that the proper way to chant is the complementary practice of concentrating the 6 sense organs and continuous pure mindfulness of Buddha Amitabha. Pure mindfulness is to chant without doubt, intermingling with other thoughts and methods. To chant with a pure mind. Continuous means uninterrupted with one sentence following another. This is the key to our success in the Buddha name chanting method, which was taught to us by Great Strength Bodhisattva. Mr. Liangju Xia wrote in his book entitled Essentials for Practice of the Pure Land School that Great Strength Bodhisattva was the founding patriarch of the Dharma realm. Initially, his comment greatly surprised me because I had never heard this before. Later, I understood what he meant and greatly admired him for this perception. Throughout the universe, Great Strength Bodhisattva was the first bodhisattva to concentrate solely on the Buddha name chanting method. When Buddha Shakyamuni manifested in our Saha world, the first sutra he taught was the Flower Adornment Sutra. In this assembly, the 10 great vows of Universal Worthy Bodhisattva concluded the sutra and guide us to the Western Pure Land. Thus, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva is the founding patriarch in our Saha world. Then, after the Infinite Life Sutra was introduced into China, Master Hui Yuan of the Eastern Jing Dynasty, approximately 1600 years ago, built a cultivation hall and gathered together 123 fellow practitioners. They exclusively studied the Infinite Life Sutra and practiced the Buddha name chanting method. Therefore, the 3 founding patriarchs of the Pure Land School are Great Strength Bodhisattva of the Dharma realm, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva of the Saha world, and Master Hui Yuan of China. Years ago, my late teacher, Mr. Bingnan Li of Taichung, Taiwan, suggested that I should introduce Pure Land Buddhism to the West. I established a way place in Dallas, Texas, and called it the Flower Adornment Society, the same name I had used in Taiwan. When I brought statues of Buddha Amitabha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Great Strength Bodhisattva from China, they were too small for the 21-foot hall. I thought that it would be better to have larger paintings with Western features to introduce Pure Land Buddhism to the West. Just one day before my departure for Texas, I received some paintings with the request that they be taken to Dallas. I still do not know who the donor was. The paintings were of Buddha Amitabha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Great Strength Bodhisattva. But what a surprise! Buddha Amitabha had Indian features, Guanyin Bodhisattva had Chinese features, and Great Strength Bodhisattva had features that resembled a Westerner. The donor had the same idea that I had. The Western features of the founding patriarch of the Dharma realm symbolized the arrival of Pure Land Buddhism in the United States. Thus, the first Pure Land Society was set up in the West. Mr. Liang Ju Sha had been the first to suggest that a Pure Land Society be formed. But it was not to be in China, but rather in Texas. The triple jewels are represented by images of Buddhas, sutras, monks, and nuns. They are to remind us of the need to return and rely on the triple jewels of our self-nature. When we see images of the Buddha, they remind us to be awakened and not deluded when interacting with people, matters, and objects. Without this daily reminder, we will remain confused and wrapped up in worldly affairs. The sutras are to be recited daily, but not for the benefit of the Buddhas. We recite them as another reminder of how to cultivate our mind and how to properly interact with people, matters, and objects. For example, our daily conduct is an expression of the Infinite Life Sutra when we emulate the qualities which are found within it. The image of a monk or nun, whether or not he or she has abided by the precepts, reminds us to keep our 6 senses from being polluted. We need to understand that we do not take refuge in the individual who pass on to us the meaning and the cultivation guidelines of the triple jewels of awakening, proper thoughts and viewpoints, and purity. Although there is an uncountable number of methods, their objectives are all the same. As is often said, all roads lead to Rome, and all methods are the same. Pure Land practitioners should never criticize Zen or Tibetan Buddhism or any of the other schools. Why? Because their objectives are the same as ours. They simply follow different methods. This is similar to our taking a bus while others choose to walk. We cannot say that they are wrong when all roads lead to the same destination. They have the freedom to choose their way. When I was in Huntsville, Alabama, in the United States, a student questioned me that he was confused by so many different methods, and he asked which one I thought he should choose. At the time, there happened to be a ball on the ground. I pointed to the ball and said, "Look at that ball. The surface has points as countless as numbers of the ways to practice. The teachings require you to find the center of that ball. You can reach the center from any point on the surface as long as you follow a straight line. You need not find a second or a third point. As an old saying goes, follow the road and you will get home. There is no need to circle around." He then understood that Buddhism pursues the pure mind. Once we attain enlightenment, we attain everything. Therefore, no matter which method we choose, the key to success is concentration on one method. So long as we adhere to our chosen method, we will achieve deep concentration, attain wisdom, and uncover the self-nature of great perfection. From all this, we can see how important the triple jewels of self-nature are to us. Monks and nuns are the treasure of the Sangha. We need to respect all of them. We can learn from the good ones as well as from those who do not follow the guidelines and rules. We emulate the former and use the latter to serve as negative examples. If we fail to understand that taking refuge in the Triple Jewels does not mean following a certain person, then there will be most serious consequences as we fall into the Avicii hell. Why? Throughout the universe, there is only one Sangha, an integral entity. The Sangha in our present world is just a part of this whole. We should not take refuge in and follow only one individual monk or nun and regard that person as our only teacher and not respect any others. By doing so, we will be splitting and sowing discord among the Sangha, the fifth of the 5 deadly offenses of murdering our father, murdering our mother, causing a Buddha to bleed, killing a Bodhisattva or Arhat, and disrupting the unity among the Sangha. Therefore, it would be even worse to choose a certain monk or nun for refuge than not to take refuge at all. Furthermore, we only need to take refuge one time. It does not accomplish anything to take refuge from one person this time and then another person the next time. We may think that we can get more protection if we follow many monks and nuns. However, as the saying goes, a clay idol crossing a river cannot protect himself. Nobody can protect us. Only when we take refuge in the triple jewels of our self-nature can we protect ourselves. Some of those here today may have gone through a taking refuge ceremony. If now those who have done so have a clearer understanding, then they can properly take refuge in the proper jewels by following the principles of awakening, proper thoughts and viewpoints, and purity. The sixth principle of the three conditions is abiding by the precepts, laws, and customs. Of all the precepts, the most important are the basic 5 precepts. My late teacher, living Buddha, Master Zhang once said, "The 3 refuges and the 5 precepts are so essential that all Buddhist cultivators need to abide by them every moment." Then he explained further, "It is like a train ticket for you to get from northern Taiwan to southern Taiwan. From the moment you board the train until you exit, you must hold on to that ticket. You must not lose it, for you have to show it when you depart the train." Taking refuge in the Triple Jewels and the first 5 precepts are as important to you as that train ticket. He further explained that if we part from the Triple Jewels and the precepts, we will lose the teachings and we will no longer be a student of the Buddha. The 5 precepts are no killing, stealing, committing sexual misconduct, lying, and taking intoxicants. The first 4 offenses are physical transgressions of the self-nature, whether or not we have taken the 5 precepts. It is wrong to commit these acts. But for one who has formally taken the 5 precepts, this will be considered as committing a double violation. However, drinking alcohol and taking intoxicants is different. A person who has not taken this precept is not guilty when drinking. However, a person who has taken the precepts and then drinks will have broken this precept. The purpose of refraining from intoxicants is to prevent us from committing the first 4 transgressions while under the influence. Therefore, intoxicants in themselves are not wrong. This is an example of why we need to understand the purpose of the Buddha's precept setting, its function, and its benefit. when deciding whether to formally take the 5 precepts, the essence of all the precepts, we need to ask the Dharma Master to explain exactly what they mean. Only then will we know if and how to abide by them. Merely reading a book on the precepts does not necessarily ensure our commitment to keeping them. Some people have complained that there are too many precepts and that it is too easy to violate them. Thus, they abandon abiding by the precepts. This is why most people prefer reading or listening to talks about the sutras, while avoiding those on precepts. We need to remember that precepts guide us in our behavior and are the proper conduct of all Buddhas. If there were no precepts, there would be no Buddhism. If there were no courtesies, there would be no Confucianism. Merely reciting the sutras without practicing the teachings within will result in our not receiving any of their benefits. True learning lies in practice, and the precepts represent the practice of Buddhism. Thus, abiding by the 5 precepts becomes the standard for our daily lives and the guidelines for us to attain proper enlightenment. When the Buddha was in our world, he was joyful and open-minded, whether taking part in daily life or teaching. And it was this joy and energy that affected people and attracted them to Buddhism. It is not meant to bind us, but to benefit all beings by bringing them joy and happiness. The formation of the precepts was to show us the right way to attain a happy and fulfilling life. A good illustration is my late teacher, Mr. Bingnan Li, who lived a simple and frugal, yet happy life. For decades, he only ate 1 meal a day. But whenever he was invited out for dinner, he accepted. On several occasions, he invited me to accompany him. Since I had been practicing the precept of not eating dinner for years, I felt very uncomfortable when being invited. Mr. Li simply said to me, "Come with me. Come with me." Later he spoke to me, "With this attachment, you will not be able to help people." Why? Because if you intend to help them, you first must make them happy. Eating this dinner is not violating the precepts, but rather is lifting them. They invited you with good intentions. If you reject their invitation, they will look upon you as being closed to reason. Then they will not only reject Buddhism, but will also tell others that we practitioners are arrogant and look down upon others. He may even urge others to avoid Buddhists. So you could ruin the opportunity of an untold number of people to learn of Buddhism. Furthermore, this will result in the creation of negative karma for you. Therefore, Mr. Li was not violating the precepts, but was instead simply lifting them, for this meant making others happy, helping them to learn of Buddhism, as well as according with conditions. When we arrived at dinner, the host apologized. "I am very sorry that I did not know that Mr. Li does not eat dinner." The host was obviously deeply moved that Mr. Li had accepted his invitation. We can see from this that Buddhism is flexible. However, it would have been entirely different if Mr. Li, or one who practices this precept, had wanted to eat something in the evening. Many years ago, when I was young, a friend told me a story about himself. It had occurred during the Chinese War of Resistance against the Japanese invasion. After the fall of Nanjing, some Japanese soldiers chased the individual and two of his friends. The three fled to a temple and were saved by an old monk who shaved their heads, gave them monks' clothing to put on, and told them to blend into the large assembly of monks. When the Japanese soldiers arrived at the temple, they could not find the three. They were unable to find them, and thus they soon left. Thus, the three were saved. When the war was over, the friends returned to Nanjing, wishing to repay their thanks to the old monk. They invited him to a lavish banquet. He arrived to find the table laden with chicken, duck, pork, and fish. All of a sudden, they remembered that the old monk was vegetarian. They were extremely upset over their mistake and did not know what to do. But the old monk acted like there was nothing unusual, and picking up his chopsticks, invited everyone to sit down to dinner. The three friends were greatly moved. Did the old monk break the precepts? No. His behavior followed what is said in the sutras. Compassion and kindness are the basis of Buddhism, and skillful means are the method. He had used the first of the four beneficial methods, making others happy. The old monk was moved by their gesture and did not blame them for their honest mistake. He had used the same method that the bodhisattvas use to help people through the Dharma doors. If the monk had been angry, he could have easily ruined their interest in Buddhism. But he was wise enough to use the opportunity to help guide 3 people. Therefore, we again see that Mahayana Buddhism is highly flexible as it accords with the existing circumstances. Let's look at strictly abiding by the precepts. The 5 precepts are the heart, the essence of all the precepts. Expanding further, we follow all the precepts as set forth by Buddha Shakyamuni, as well as the social norms, customs, rules, and laws in every country. When in China, we follow Chinese customs, rules, and laws. When in the United States, we follow United States customs, rules, and laws. In other words, precepts are rules we need to follow in our daily lives. The modern conveniences of transportation and communication have greatly increased opportunities for travel to different countries and regions of the world. We need to follow the advice of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is called strictly abiding by the precepts. Many of the precepts taught by Buddha Shakyamuni were appropriate for that time, but are no longer suitable for today. Why? Our manner of living, dressing, and eating are totally different from those of India several thousand years ago. For example, of the 250 precepts for monk, 10 rules on the etiquette of dressing are totally unsuitable for today, as ancient Indians dressed differently than we do. Eating is another area that has changed considerably. Therefore, when we study and recite the sutras on the precepts today, we are learning the spirit of the law and not just the letter. Likewise, when we practice adhering to the precepts, the most important point is to follow their fundamental spirit. Do nothing that is bad. Do everything that is good. To do nothing that is bad is directed towards us. This is a Theravada precept to develop self-discipline and is to be followed conscientiously. It is what the Chinese call attending to one's own moral well-being, even when alone. When we practice self-discipline, we need to remain true to the precepts, even when we are alone. To do all that is virtuous is for the benefit of others. This is a Bodhisattva precept in teaching us how to interact with all others. Precepts are the criteria for distinguishing between good and bad. Because of the differences in the political system, philosophy, and cultures, the precepts need to be modified when Buddhism was introduced into China. The rules established by Master Baizhang in the Tang Dynasty were the modified versions adopted for China at that time. However, the essence remained unchanged. This is similar to a state revising the laws from time to time. As new situations arise, it becomes necessary to amend some articles, but the principle remains the same. In China, way places in every province and region have their own version of the precepts. They need to mesh with local conditions for people to follow them. This is simply a modification. If it is not done, then Buddhism will not survive. Only through this updating and modification will it be vital and constantly renewed, allowing it to be accepted and practiced around the world. The Buddha told us that if we can abide by the precepts and laws, we will have a tranquil body and mind, which will allow us to be free from worries and fears. Deep concentration arises from tranquility. Therefore, the precepts are essential to self-cultivation. If we break the law or the precepts, then our conscience will be plagued by guilt, even if no punishment is meted out. Moreover, even if we avoid worldly retribution, there is no way to avoid karmic retribution. When our body and mind are disturbed, we cannot concentrate on our practice. To practice successfully, we need to be tranquil. It is said, precepts or self-discipline lead to deep concentration, from which wisdom arises. In summary, the second condition, including abiding by the precepts, is a Theravada act of merit and is the basis for practice. The seventh principle of behaving in a proper and dignified manner means we act appropriately for the circumstances we are in. We act from the heart of sincerity and respect for all beings, animate and inanimate, to accord with social etiquette. The third condition concerns the good fortune required to be a bodhisattva and includes generating the Bodhi mind, deeply believing in the law of cause and effect, reciting and upholding the Mahayana Sutras, and encouraging others on the path to enlightenment. The eighth principle is generating the Bodhi mind. Chinese Buddhists primarily practice Mahayana Buddhism and wish to develop the Bodhi mind, the awakened mind that is genuinely free from delusions. It is the awakened mind that realizes that this world is full of misery and suffering. It is the compassionate, the sincere mind with every thought to attain realization for self and others. The Buddha told us that suffering exists throughout the world, throughout the 6 realms. Not only is the human life one of suffering, but the heavenly life as well. The sufferings of the human realm are so numerous that it would take hours to describe them. Simply said, they are the 8 sufferings of birth, old age, sickness, death, hardships, the inability to have what we want, being parted from those we love, and finding ourselves in the presence of those whom we resent or even hate. A person who has been born into the form heaven is one who has accomplished deep concentration, as well as having severed the 5 desires for wealth, lust, fame, food or drink, and sleep. In this realm, there is no suffering arising from external circumstances, such as famine, storm, sickness, etc. But the beings here still suffer the inevitable consequences of time, deterioration or decay of the body, and finally, the realization that they will not remain in this heaven permanently. With a physical body, we are mortal. We are born, we live, we die. With material form, there is impermanence. There is creation, existence, annihilation, and void. With a physical body, we are mortal. We are born, we live, we die. With material form, there is impermanence. There is creation, existence, annihilation, and void. A higher level is the formless heaven. Here, there is no sensuality, no form of male or female, no material form. The inhabitants have no sufferings arising from external circumstances or deterioration. However, here exists the suffering of the realization that nothing is eternal. Nothing lasts forever. That the beings here are not in nirvana. For example, one is not eternal or able to remain in the formless heaven forever. Therefore, the only way to be free and happy is to transcend the three realms of the desire heaven, the form heaven, and the formless heaven of pure spirit. How? By practicing according to the Buddha's teachings. For in this way, we will generate the Bodhi mind and be enlightened. The Bodhi mind is fulfilled by the four great vows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Sentient beings are innumerable. I vow to help them all. Afflictions are inexhaustible. I vow to end them all. Dharma doors are innumerable. I vow to learn them all. Enlightenment is unsurpassable. I vow to attain it. Mahayana Bodhisattvas cherish the heart to help all sentient beings. They not only know their own suffering and try to help themselves, but they also want to help their families, relatives, friends, all sentient beings. To equally wish to help all beings, this is the great Bodhi mind. The Infinite Life Sutra tells us that bodhisattvas are the unrequested friends of all beings. Even if you do not seek help from them, they come to help. They voluntarily introduce Buddhism to all. And this is the pure cause of a bodhisattva. To help all beings, we need to first know how to help ourselves. To do this, we first free ourselves from worries and afflictions. It is important for us to follow the four great vows in the order listed. However, some practitioners practice the third vow of the various methods before they practice the second vow to end all afflictions. Of the 4 great vows, they want to achieve the latter 2, of learning all methods and attaining enlightenment, before vowing to help all beings and ending all afflictions. Their attempts are like trying to build the 3rd and 4th floor of a building before beginning to build the 1st and 2nd floors. Today, there are many practitioners, but few of them have succeeded. Why? They do not understand that first they needed to vow to help all sentient beings. For this great compassion is a critical driving force for us to truly study and practice. This is the heart of great kindness and compassion. Nor did they begin with prerequisites of eliminating delusions, greed, attachments, and ignorance, which disturb and distress the mind. There are so many beings waiting for us to help them break away from their suffering. If we have no virtue, no knowledge, no wisdom, no ability, how can we help others? We do not attain Buddhahood for ourselves. This is the power of great kindness and compassion. Years ago, when I first started to study with my late teacher, Mr. Lee, he placed 3 restrictions on me. First, I was to follow only his lecturing or teaching. Second, I was to read no books or reference materials without his permission. And third, as everything I had previously learned was not recognized, I was to restart as a beginner. The first blocked my ears. The second covered my eyes, and the third cleared my mind. The requirements seemed so imperious and unreasonable. What an arrogant and autocratic man he is, I thought. Yet, I still accepted his restrictions and learned from him. I did not realize that these restrictions were precepts to help me cut off my afflictions. My mind became purer, with less wandering thoughts, after following his restrictions for just 6 months. His method helped me to practice the second great vow to end all afflictions. I became very grateful to him. Although he had only asked me to follow his requirements for 5 years, I volunteered to extend my study for another 5. After 10 years as his student and abiding by his rules, I had established a solid foundation in Buddhism. Thus, he lifted the ban and encouraged me to broaden my field of study. In other words, I could listen to any teacher, even ones with deviated thoughts. I could read any books. Why? He told me that all knowledge would be beneficial rather than harmful to me, because I could distinguish between good or bad, right or wrong. I would not be misled by anyone. He likened it to a child who was innocent and young, needing to be protected by the parents before having the ability to judge and to make decisions. Good teachers are truly compassionate and kind. They are patient in teaching and are dedicated in their duty. They try to protect their students from contamination of the mind. It is crucial to us to be close to a good teacher. However, being close does not being next to the teacher, but rather it means to listen to follow their teachings. It is usually very hard to find one. We only meet the right teacher after many, many lifetimes. Some people have asked me how I was able to meet a good teacher, since I was so fortunate to have met good ones. This teacher is to be encountered rather than sought, and the chances for this are very rare indeed. It is a matter of affinity and the right conditions maturing. We need to nurture the good root and opportunities. If we are unable to find these rare teachers, then we can learn from ancient sages. Mr. Lee modestly told me that he only had the ability to teach me for 5 years. He encouraged me to continue my studying by learning from his teacher, the late Master Chin Kung. He advised me not to emulate people who were famous Buddhist scholars, who were knowledgeable in Buddhist studies, but who had attained no achievement in cultivation. Master Chin Kung was currently the best teacher. When we cannot find the true knowledge of goodness in current teachers, we can turn to ancient sages. There have been many people who have succeeded with this method. The first person in China to take an ancient master as his teacher was Mencius. He learned from Confucius, who had left his writings for later generations to learn from. Mencius only read Confucius' books and followed his teachings exclusively. He is acknowledged as a great sage, as was Confucius. After Mencius, there were many others who succeeded in their academic pursuits using the same method. Another example is Master Wu of the Ming Dynasty, who was a patriarch of the Pure Land School. As for finding a good teacher today, do not follow me. I am not eligible to be a teacher. Mr. Li once advised me to follow Master Guang. I recommend that you select the best teacher, Buddha, Amitabha, and the Infinite Life Sutra, for your practice. When we succeed in our practice, we will attain Buddhahood. The most important thing in Buddhism is to concentrate on and to delve deeply into one method. Then we will surely reach deep concentration and attain wisdom. In times past, people devoted to practice normally spent 5 years for this stage of learning and cultivation. During these 5 years, they would specialize in one certain method. Afterwards, they were allowed to study various sutras. At that point, I believe their understanding would be greatly improved, and they would naturally understand the meanings in the sutras. If we still have wandering and discriminatory thoughts and have not yet awakened our wisdom, then even if we were to study for 300 years, we would not understand the meanings of the sutras and their commentaries. Mr. Li had set 3 restrictions for me, which I thought were his alone. In 1989, when I was lecturing in Singapore, Master Yang Pei invited me to give a lecture to a group of practitioners. Seeing that there were many young people, I told them of my past experiences and advised them solely to follow Master Yang Pei. I recommended that they follow one teacher, one method. In this way, they would surely succeed. After the lecture, the master invited me to have tea with him. He told me that when he was a young monk, his master, his teacher, had set the same restrictions for him. Then I realized that the 3 restrictions were not the invention of one individual. Rather, they were the prerequisites that past masters had set for their students. Only then did I understand what inheritance from the master meant. When the teacher thinks that we are good students, he will require us to follow the 3 restrictions. He will first cover our eyes and block our ears, so that no worries will intrude. When we truly have abandoned all attachments and gained wisdom, we will be allowed to study other materials, other methods. Therefore, extensive learning is conducted in the second stage rather than in the beginning. Difficulties can arise if we engage in extensive learning at the very beginning. It is similar to hearing instructions from one master and beginning to follow him. Then we hear instructions from a second master and feel as if we were facing two paths leading in different directions. With 3 masters, we would be caught at a 3-way junction, and with 4, we would be stuck at a crossroads, not knowing which way to go. Therefore, it is important to follow one master at one time. Reading of ancient sages, monks, and lay people, we see that some followed their teacher for 20 to 30 years until they achieved some awakening. Only then did they begin to study extensively with others. Buddhist education is different from modern education in terms of concepts and methods. For instance, in a university, we must be very careful and take our time choosing our major. Buddhism, however, is different. Here, we are expected to awaken to perfect, complete wisdom first, and then in the future, we will become knowledgeable in all other departments of the university. Where do we start? From the intensive study of just one method. Just as is said in awakening in one sutra means awakening in all sutras. What does awakening mean? Awakened means to have attained wisdom. Modern education is similar to building a pyramid. We read extensively and then narrow the scope of learning to specialize in one subject. This is a way of progressing from extensive to intensive learning. But no matter how tall the pyramid or how large its base, the pyramid has its zenith. Buddhism is different. It is like a tree with roots, trunk, branches, leaves, and finally fruits. It is an infinite process, starting from one point, the root, and then developing into the great perfection of the self, nature. The result is that we understand everything. worldly knowledge has its limitations, after which there is no more to learn. Buddhism, however, is boundless. The wisdom of Buddhism is beyond the comprehension of average people. Buddhism may seem ordinary at the beginning, but the achievements we make later are inconceivable. On the contrary, worldly studies initially appear extensive and comprehensive, but in the end, they provide no lasting achievement. By following the four great vows, we will eventually uncover our original self-nature. In the Flower Adornment Sutra, Suddhana served as a role model for our cultivation. He not only taught us the principles and methods, but also how to apply them in our daily lives. Manjushri Bodhisattva, Suddhana's first teacher, instructed him to follow the aforementioned 3 restrictions and to sever all afflictions, to accomplish self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom. After Suddhana had attained original wisdom, Manjushri Bodhisattva then allowed him to travel extensively and to learn other methods by visiting 53 spiritual guides who represented different occupations and levels in society. His last visit was with Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, who taught him the 10 great vows as well as how to chant Amitabha and to be born into the Western Pure Land, where upon meeting Buddha Amitabha, he attained perfect, complete enlightenment. Without being born into the Pure Land and meeting Amitabha, we will only fulfill the 2nd and 3rd vow of severing all afflictions and mastering all methods, but we will find it difficult to attain Buddhahood. In the Flower Adornment Sutra, both Manjushri Bodhisattva and Universal Worthy Bodhisattva had reached the level of equal enlightenment and vowed to be born into the Pure Land. I was surprisingly pleased to discover this when I gave talks on the Flower Adornment Sutra. I wondered why enlightened bodhisattvas in the flower adornment world would want to be born into the Western Pure Land, considering how wonderful their own world was. It seemed unnecessary for them to do so. After thinking about it, I realized that they had vowed to go there to be able to attain Buddhahood in a short time. If not for this, there would be no reason to go to the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha. suddenly I realized that if we want to attain the perfect, complete enlightenment, we need to go to the Western Pure Land. Only by understanding the chapter of Universal Worthy Bodhisattva's conduct and vows will we know the proper way to study and practice Mahayana Buddhism. And when we truly understand, have awakened, and have generated the Bodhi mind, we will finally be free from delusions and attachments. The ninth principle of the three conditions is to deeply believe in the law of cause and effect. Earlier in my practice, I was puzzled by this phrase in the Visualization Sutra. Why? It seemed to imply that a bodhisattva had no understanding of the law of cause and effect. If we know that good causes will result in good effects and that bad causes will result in bad effects, how could it be that a bodhisattva would not be aware of this? But the sutra urges bodhisattvas to believe in cause and effect. I could not understand it. Then I read the Flower Adornment Sutra, and upon carefully reading the chapter about the 10 grounds, I suddenly saw the light. It said that from the beginning to the end, the 10 ground bodhisattvas have always practiced mindfulness of the Buddha. I then realized that the bodhisattvas from the past, from the first to the 10th ground, and the level of equal enlightenment, all practiced the Buddha name chanting method. And I also came to understand that chanting the Buddha's name is the cause, and attaining Buddhahood is the effect. Many bodhisattvas were not aware of this, which is why Buddha Shakyamuni explained it in this sutra. It was their firm belief in the above statement that led Manjusri Bodhisattva, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, and Sudana to vow to be born into the Western Pure Land. It was after I had studied and lectured on the Flower Adornment Sutra that I came to understand this statement. Thus, it really is very difficult to acquire this understanding. The 10th principle of the three conditions is reciting and upholding Mahayana Sutras, which help us to understand the true reality of life and the universe. With this proper understanding, we will know the proper way to think and behave, as well as the appropriate method to use. Only when we truly accord with the teachings of the sutra will we benefit. as practitioners, the least we need to do is to participate in the daily morning and evening ceremonies. The purpose of the morning session is to start a new day by reminding ourselves to base our thought and behavior on Buddha's teachings. The purpose of the evening session is to reflect on whether we have followed the instructions. If not, then we need to urgently regret and vow to correct our mistakes. For the sessions, Pure Land practitioners used to recite the Amitabha Sutra, chant the rebirth mantra 3 times, and then follow by chanting Amitabha. The more times they chanted Amitabha, the better the result. This practice of single-mindedness was the same for the morning and the evening. The Amitabha Sutra appears simple, but is actually extremely profound. To recite and benefit, we need a pure, a quiet heart. The second time I lectured on the commentary of the Amitabha Sutra, it took over 300 sessions, which is an indication of the level of complexity. I now recommend the Infinite Life Sutra, which is easier to understand both in language and meaning. Since many people lead such busy lives, I suggest reciting Chapter 6 for the morning session, which is comprised of the 48 vows of Buddha Amitabha. It is the core of Pure Land Buddhism, because true cultivators need to have the same compassion and vows as those of Buddha Amitabha. For the evening session, I recommend reading chapters 32 through chapter 37, in which the Buddha teaches us how to end all wrongdoings, practice good conduct, and how to interact with objects, matters, and people in our daily living. If we can follow at least these chapters, then we abide by the precepts. If we can follow the above practices, be mindful of Buddha Amitabha, and abide by the teachings in these 6 chapters, we would have the same mind, vows, understanding, and practice of Buddha Amitabha, and then we are Buddha Amitabha. But if we chant or read indifferently, without applying the principles, then all the efforts we put forth will be pointless. The combination of morning and evening sessions was designed in ancient times and proved to be useful. For the people of that time had better understanding of what they were reciting. These sessions reminded people to behave in a proper manner, and thus helped them to detect their faults. Today, however, people simply recite absent-mindedly, like small children who sing a song with the right words to the right tune, but without understanding the meaning. Only when we become aware of the purpose and method of the chanting of the sutra can we actually achieve any result. My late teacher, Mr. Lee, always told his students that when they listened to the lectures, they needed to concentrate on understanding the principles in the sutra, not the words themselves. These principles are the laws governing the Buddha's teachings as well as worldly teachings. One who thoroughly understands the principles of one sutra can use them to master all sutras. In other words, the student must conscientiously follow the methods taught by the teacher and do so wholeheartedly without being distracted by anything new and different. To develop the paramita of patience, we need to persevere in our cultivation. People may recommend other methods or sutras as a better choice. Do not listen to them. Do not pay attention to them or until we have attained wisdom. Delve deeply into just one method. This is the key to success in our study and cultivation. The 11th principle of the 3 conditions is encouraging others to advance on the path to enlightenment. To do this, we extensively introduce Buddhism to those who are willing to learn. While the first 10 principles of the 3 conditions are for self-benefit and cultivation, the 11th is to encourage and help others to understand and practice Buddhism. To help others is the act of a bodhisattva. By fulfilling all the principles of the 3 conditions, from practicing filial piety for parents to encouraging others on the path to enlightenment, we will become the good men and women of the Mahayana Sutras. The Earth Treasure Sutra tells us that if we chant the name, make offerings to Earth Treasure Bodhisattva, and accord with the teachings, then we can be born into the 33rd heaven 100 times without falling into the 3 bad realms. In our world, we are considered good men or good women after fulfilling the first condition. The criteria in the Theravada teachings requires us to meet the first and second conditions. However, in the Mahayana teachings, we are required to meet all 3 conditions. Therefore, when reading sutras, we need to ask ourselves whether or not we are qualified to be good men, good women. How much have I achieved? Does my conduct conform to the standards set forth in the Mahayana teachings? The three conditions are the basis for individual cultivation, whereas the 6 principles of harmony are the basis for group cultivation. The Sangha is a group of 4 or more people who practice the Buddha's teachings together, especially the 6 principles of harmony. They are sharing the same viewpoints or goals, abiding by the same precepts or rules, living and practicing together harmoniously, not quarreling, experiencing the inner peace and happiness from practicing together harmoniously, and sharing benefits harmoniously. Sharing the same viewpoints or goals means mutual understanding or agreement. A group needs to share the same viewpoints of the principles and methods for study and practice. This is the basis for harmonious group cultivation. If a society is to remain stable, its members need to live in harmony. Only harmony can draw us together in terms of opinions, ideas, and ways of life. In other words, being harmonious can minimize the difference in human relations and improve equality. After that, peace, and then finally happiness can be achieved. To attain happiness, we must have a peaceful heart and body. Both Buddhist and worldly teachings emphasize the importance of harmony and respect. A few years ago, I went to Beijing and visited the Forbidden City, where there are 3 main palaces, the names of which all contain the word harmony. This shows that the early emperors of the Qing dynasty, the last dynasty, tried to rule the country with harmony. However, the disharmony which plagued the imperial family at the beginning of this century ended the dynasty. Therefore, harmony is crucial for lasting peace and happiness. Buddha Shakyamuni provided innumerable methods for practice, but he did not intend that we try them all. We need to find the one that is most appropriate for us, and then remember that the key lies in exclusive pursuit. In ancient times, the Pure Land School adopted 3 sutras and 1 sastra. Now we emphasize 5 sutras and 1 sastra, or commentary. As stated in an ancient Chinese textbook, of all the teaching principles, exclusive pursuit is the most important. Suppose, for example, some people like the Infinite Life Sutra, while others prefer the Amitabha Sutra. Can these two groups merge into one? They may merge, but they cannot practice together harmoniously. For when one half begins to recite the Infinite Life Sutra, the other half will begin to recite the Amitabha Sutra. In order to cultivate and create group unity, it will be necessary to set up two separate way places. This explains why there are so many different way places, even though we are all Pure Land practitioners. The same principle applies to choosing sutras with multiple commentaries. Which one will we use? This will result in a further setting up of way places. The same process can even occur when deciding which form of chanting to follow. Some prefer to chant slowly, Namo Amitabha, while others prefer a very fast Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. It would be very difficult for the two groups to practice harmoniously together. The people in ancient way places were able to achieve because everyone shared the same viewpoints and goals and practiced the same methods without intermingling. Their very atmosphere was conducive to magnificence and peace. Thus, though all those who entered naturally gave way to respect. Unfortunately, a common situation in modern way places is that the teachings of various schools are intermingled. Contradictions and conflicts are thus unavoidable, and it will be difficult for practitioners to focus, much less to succeed. So it becomes evident that sharing the same viewpoints or goals is crucial in a way place. If the people in a group share similar ideas and viewpoints, as well as the same interests and objectives, they can remain in harmony and thus form a Sangha. However, they may as well form a different Sangha if differences arise. Otherwise, there would be conflicts and no one would succeed. By providing an infinite number of methods for cultivation, the Buddha meant to ensure that people of different viewpoints and interests would be able to succeed in their cultivation. Thus, it is said that all paths lead to the same goal, as all methods are equal. This demonstrates the Buddha's great, compassionate heart, as he never forces anyone to practice one particular method. Amitabha. Amitabha. As we have seen from the example in the Visualization Sutra, Madame Videhi, being overwhelmed by the suffering in this world, asked Buddha Shakyamuni to tell her of a place where suffering did not exist. Instead of directing her to the Western Pure Land, he displayed all the Buddha lands for her so that she could choose one for herself. This is unlike those of us who want others to accept our opinions. I have been practicing this method. It's great. You should try it. When others have different ideas and viewpoints, this will often disrupt the harmony of the group, and it is the very thing that we should carefully guard against. The best way to introduce Buddhism is to provide a general introduction to the Mahayana teachings and let others choose whichever method they prefer. Those who prefer Buddha name chanting can practice together. Those who prefer meditation can do likewise. In this way, everybody has a place for cultivation, and there is no need to pressure anyone into accepting our method. All methods are equal, and we're taught to meet our different needs, abilities, and levels of understanding. Thus, each school should respect and praise the others. This is the true practice of the first harmony. The second harmony is abiding by the same precepts. When we live and practice together, we need to have rules and regulations, for without them, there will be disorder. Needless to say, the rules need to include the 5 fundamental precepts set by the Buddha. Rules vary for lay sanghas and those at way places. The former conforms to the 5 fundamental precepts, the latter to the monk or nun precepts. In addition, common rules, regulations, and local laws and customs are also to be observed. These will all comprise the permanent resident agreement of a way place. 1 or 2 members can be designated to draw up the rules, which are then presented to the group for discussion and then for voting. Each individual living in the way place must abide by the agreement once it is set up. If every member respects and abides by the agreement, there will be no discord among the group, because all have equal status and no special privileges are granted to any one person. Thus, the Sangha is truly democratic and law-abiding. The third harmony is living and practicing together harmoniously. The purpose in establishing a way place is to help everyone achieve in group practice. It is definitely not to help individuals escape their responsibilities. It is a serious mistake to think in this way, especially in the light of all the offerings way places receive from followers, and the reality that every offering will have to be repaid, if not in this lifetime, then in future lifetimes. The manner of living together does not mean that each person has his own or her own room. If luxurious and comfortable facilities are available, it will be very difficult to achieve. Why? The Earth Treasure Sutra tells us that every single movement or stirring of thoughts on the part of living beings is karma and is an offense. For uncountable eons, we have been deluded and confused, and thus we have committed infinite wrongdoings. Consequently, we have developed and accumulated many bad habits. When we are with others, we usually try to be civilized and to behave ourselves. But when alone, we tend to indulge ourselves in doing whatever we feel comfortable with, and we easily forget proper conduct. To counter this, members of the group share sleeping quarters. These quarters in a traditional way place are comprised of one large platform bed with a space for each person. Quilts are neatly folded as in an army barracks. Life in a way place was even more rigorous than life in the army, and the monks and nuns were even more disciplined than the soldiers were. Only by living in such a disciplined manner are we able to mold our temperament and to reform ourselves through the 3 learnings of self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom. This is true cultivation. However, in the Sangha, there are some exceptions. For example, the managing monk and the executive deputy chief, due to their responsibilities, have their own rooms, which is usually very small. This is in order to keep disturbing others when they are performing their tasks. Monks and nuns who are aged or ill also have their own rooms. To accomplish our cultivation, this shared living is necessary, even in today's affluent society. The fourth harmony is not quarreling. All the members who live together need to do so without quarreling. In this way, they can best concentrate their efforts on cultivation. When people are together, the most frequent act is that of speech. So speech karma is the easiest karma to commit. We have a proverb: illness enters by the mouth, trouble exits by the mouth. Another is, more speech, more trouble. One who eats too much easily becomes sick. One who talks too much easily gets into trouble. Sometimes misunderstandings will arise because the listener is sensitive while the speaker is careless. Both parties can develop resentment and hatred, which gives rise to endless retaliation in the future. This is why ancient sages advised us to talk less and chant more. The less we speak, the better it is, for less trouble we will be in. Ideally, we will only speak when it is necessary. When I was in Los Angeles, a friend told me about the 3-day Zen retreat his high school son had just returned from. Once inside, no one was allowed to talk. The daily practice was sitting meditation from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and then from 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Nothing else was done. Keeping silent in such a way place like this will help us to calm down and to relax. The boy was so impressed that he wanted to go back for the longer winter session. The distinctive feature of such a way place is the harmony of silence and of no quarreling. So at a strict way place, where chatting and other irrelevant talk is forbidden, there is virtually no opportunity for quarreling. Almost exclusively, all we find is silent or the voiced chanting of Amitabha in the chanting hall. In a Tibetan way place, the chanting of mantras is ceaseless. For instance, during my early stage of Buddhist study, I was under the guidance of living Buddha Master Chin Kung for 3 years. Through my observation, he never stopped silently chanting a mantra while moving his lips, even when he was with visitors. He only paused to talk, and then, as soon as he was finished, he resumed his silent chanting. This silent chanting while moving our lips is called diamond holding. Master Zhang Jia was one of the most sincere practitioners I have ever met. His mind was pure, without any attachments or wandering thoughts. His teaching method was unique. He never spoke a word until he found the listener attentive and concentrated. He then spoke only a few words while looking directly into the listener's eyes. Each of his words bore heavy weight, which his listener would never forget and would adhere to for the rest of his or her life. The goal of our practice is to eradicate all afflictions and to attain the Buddha name chanting samadhi. If we do not practice this method, it would be very difficult for us to achieve attainment. The fifth harmony is experiencing the inner peace and joy that comes from practicing together harmoniously. This is to savor the Dharma joy. Whichever method we choose, the basic achievement in our practice is to attain happiness. If we feel unhappy after beginning our practice, we have definitely encountered a serious problem. But the problem does not lie with the Buddha's teachings. We may have done something that goes against the teachings, or we may have chosen the wrong method for us. Otherwise, the results would be evident. Awakening from confusion and obsession, leaving sufferings behind, and obtaining happiness. With each passing year, we would have fewer worries while enjoying greater happiness, greater freedom. This is the evidence of success in our practice. If we are not achieving this, then we need to re-examine ourselves for the cause of our lack of success. If we can find and correct our mistakes, find the root of our afflictions, and sever them, we can then attain the true benefits from our practice. Practicing Buddhism is to experience life and to train our minds. Buddhist cultivation arises from our hearts as we practice in everyday life. What kind of heart do we cultivate? The heart of purity. When we have proper viewpoints and understanding and truly dedicate ourselves to Buddhism, then regardless of who we are, of what our circumstances are, whether good or bad, favorable or unfavorable, we will be able to reduce karmic debts and to plant the seeds of good fortune, wisdom, and happiness. Then, how can we be unhappy? A feeling of joy will naturally arise from our hearts as we savor the Dharma joy. If we practice together harmoniously, everybody will attain this Dharma joy. Everybody will attain achievement. The sixth harmony is sharing benefits equally. In ancient way places, in ancient times, ordained people led a very simple life with one meal a day. They received food donated by people in the village, rested under the trees at night, and cultivated constantly. So the way place was more like a school to educate the local community on Buddhism. Learned and far-sighted people built them with the financial support from those who were wealthy and well-respected, and who had high status in the community. Then, well-known and respected monks were invited to come and teach. Way places were Buddhist educational institutions where everyone shared equally. If this principle was applied to society, there would be no psychological imbalance, and hence there would be no social disturbance. At way places, none of the six harmonies can be neglected, or else there will not be a true Sangha. As the Chinese say, harmony in the family is the basis for any undertaking. Similarly, if a country is united, it will be very difficult for another country, for another power to dominate it, because the power of unity is inconceivable. Consequently, if a family, a group, a company, or a country can practice 3 of the 6 harmonies of sharing the same viewpoints or goals, observing the same precepts, and sharing benefits equally, they will be prosperous. We find an example in the business world where Japanese business developed dramatically after the Second World War. After only half a century, these businesses were among the most successful in the world. Why? Because they practiced these 3 harmonies. By sharing the same viewpoints and goals, the Sangha can reach common understanding. By abiding by the same precepts, by abiding by the same rules and regulations, by sharing all benefits equally, everyone is assured that there will be fairness in all things. The importance of harmony also holds for the family. As the Chinese say, harmony in the family is the basis for any undertaking. One day, a student of mine asked for my opinion as to the kind of person he should marry. I told him, you should try to find someone who has the same viewpoints, the same goals as you. Then you will be able to help each other and enjoy a happy life. You cannot just emphasize love, for love is volatile. Love is unreliable. It may fade after the two of you get married, at which point everything can change. Therefore, a happy family life is built upon the basis of the 6 harmonies. If we do not understand this, it will be very difficult for us to have a happy family life. We know that the very nature of Buddhism is education. It encompasses a large number of subjects which cover the perfect knowledge of life and the universe. The textbooks for these subjects are sutras. However, not all of the sutras in India were brought to China. Because of the difficulties of the long journey between China and India in ancient times, both the Indian monks who visited China and the Chinese monks who went to India had to limit the number of books they could bring into China. They selected the most important ones and had to leave the others behind. So all the books that were introduced into China were considered the essence, the very cream of Buddhism. However, after their introduction, not all of the books could be translated. Further screening had to be done, and only the best and most essential were translated. The project was financed by the central government. Experts, who were monks and lay people from all over China, as well as from foreign countries, were invited to participate in the mammoth translation effort. According to historical records, Master Kumaraja's translation team had more than 400 people, while Master Xuanzang's institute had over 600 translators. The name of the translator that we see today on the sutra is the chief of the institute and represents all of the members of the Translation Institute. The Chinese sutras that we have today are fairly complete. However, the Indian Sanskrit versions have largely been lost, with few remaining. After the Chinese sutras, the largest existing collection is that of Tibet. Part of this collection was translated from the Sanskrit, and the rest came from the Chinese versions. Princess Wancheng of the Tang dynasty brought the Chinese sutras to Tibet when she was married to the Tibetan king. This is why the introduction of Buddhism to Tibet was some 600 years later than the introduction from India to China. As the Tibetan king built up belief in Buddhism, a new school from India found its way into Tibet. An important part of these teachings are the three learnings of abiding by the precepts of self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom. Accomplishment of these can relieve the suffering of this world. Buddha Shakyamuni told us how long Buddhism would remain in our world. The Dharma Perfect Age would last for 500 years. The Dharma Semblance Age would last for 1,000 years. And the Dharma Ending Age, which we are now in, would last for 10,000 years. What are the sufferings of the beings in our current age? The first is committing the wrongdoings of the 10 bad conducts. The Buddha taught us the first learning of self-discipline to overcome these. The second suffering is the inability to remain serene and calm. The Buddha taught us the second learning of deep concentration to achieve purity of mind, to achieve tranquility. The third learning is suffering. The Buddha taught us the third learning of wisdom to overcome our current state of ignorance. Committing wrongdoings, being confused, and remaining in ignorance are three of the major problems of sentient beings in our contemporary world. The Buddha will teach when these sufferings afflict the beings in our world. However, if the beings are not ill, there will be no need for the Buddha to teach. The Diamond Sutra says, in the end, we even have to lay aside the Buddha's teachings, let alone worldly teachings. When beings are well, the Buddha's teachings are unnecessary, and introducing them might even lead to more problems. This is similar to a healthy person taking medicine every day and eventually falling ill. Self-discipline cures our body. Deep concentration cures our mind, and wisdom cures our behavior. Therefore, a person who practices Buddhism is wise in thought, speech, and behavior. So how could such a person be unhappy? Now that we understand the three conditions, the three learnings, and the 6 principles of harmony, how do we use them in our daily lives when interacting with people, matters, and objects? To answer this, Buddha Shakyamuni gave us the 6 paramitas of giving, abiding by the precepts, patience, diligence, deep concentration, and wisdom. If we follow these in everything we do, from brushing our teeth in the morning to going to bed at night, we will be genuinely practicing. The first of the 6 paramitas is the paramita of giving. Generally speaking, the majority of people seek wealth as their foremost pursuit, for without it, life can be very hard. After this, people pursue intelligence and wisdom, health and long life. Regardless of whether they are in the East or in the West, whether they have lived either in the past or are currently living, these are the major pursuits of humankind. If Buddhism is supposed to fill our wishes, can it provide these things for us? We have heard that in Buddhism, every sincere wish will receive a response. Then why have most people not received what they wished for? They are not aware of the true reality of life and the universe, nor the right method to fulfill their wishes. If we understand these principles and truths, all of our wishes can be fulfilled. The Buddha taught us that wealth, wisdom, and long life are all karmic results. If we want to obtain the results, we must first nurture and establish the cause. Good causes result in good results. Bad causes result in bad consequences. Where there is a cause, there will be a result. And where there is a result, there was a cause. This is a law that never changes, and the law around which all other laws in the universe revolve. Consider someone who is wealthy. How did this happen? It is not because this person is unusually clever or has better ideas than other people. Many other people are cleverer or have better ideas. Why are they not successful? The Buddha taught us that having wealth is the karmic result of a cause planted in former lifetimes. What was this cause? It was the giving of wealth. The The giving of wealth results in our obtaining wealth. The giving of teaching results in obtaining wisdom. And the giving of fearlessness results in obtaining long life and healthy lives. Therefore, if we wish to have health, wealth, wisdom, and long and happy lives, we need to nurture these three causes in our current lifetimes. Only a small number of people obtain the results from causes they planted earlier in their current lifetime. Regardless of the time frame, we must develop the cause to receive the result. This is the law of cause and effect. And this law never changes. Giving is the most important requirement for practicing the Bodhisattva way. If we could sum up all the methods in Buddhism, we would find that all methods accord with the 6 paramitas. When we condense the 6 paramitas, we find that their essence is giving. One of the types of giving is that of wealth. When most people hear this, they often think of donating money to a group, a church, a temple, a way place. This is wrong because such thinking is too narrow and is far from the true Bodhisattva way. Selflessly remembering the welfare of others is the giving of wealth. Thus, everybody is practicing the giving paramita daily. And in this way, we are emulating bodhisattvas. We are just not aware of it. For example, when we get up in the morning and prepare breakfast for the family, we are practicing giving and kindness, as did Universal Worthy Bodhisattva. By doing so, we will be happy. In this way, we will have no thought of, poor me. My family regards me as a servant. I have to wait on them every day. If we complain like this, all the good fortune we have achieved will vanish. But once we change our complaints and problems into the paramita of giving, we will immediately enjoy the benefits of the joy and the wisdom of the teachings. An employee who works hard every day to make as much money as possible or to receive a promotion is not practicing giving. However, if this employee works hard just to benefit the company and society and not for the sake of money or for the sake of promotion, he or she is cultivating giving and will never be tired. I myself enjoy traveling around the world to help people to understand the Buddha's teachings, and in this way am practicing the giving of teaching. I help others to understand better how to change their lives in the hope that they will be able to reduce their troubles, obtain joy and wisdom, and thus be able to lead better lives. In 1984, I made my third trip to Los Angeles. I went straight from the airport to the site where the speech was being held and began a talk that lasted 9 hours. I delivered the talk while standing, but at the end it was the listeners who were tired, not I. The longer I spoke, the more energized I felt, and the stronger my voice became. Why? Because I was so enthused about introducing the profound and subtle Buddhism to the listeners. This is the joy of teaching Buddhism, and frankly, is the best nutrition. Nowadays, people talk a great deal about health food, but it is false nutrition. Buddhists talk of keeping a pure, quiet, and happy heart. Having this heart and obtaining this joy will enable us to remain healthy and young. Worry will only make us old and sick. In the U.S., some social practices are giving. Most people pay for medical insurance, for protection against catastrophic medical bills in the event they become ill. However, we make preparations for a possible illness as we make our monthly premium payments. If we do so, then we are bound to become ill. If we do not, then we will have wasted our money. But if we change our way of viewing this to the thought that our money has been used to help those that are sick, then we will have practiced giving and will never become ill. Why? Because we have developed the cause of no illness. If we give to and look after aged people, we will receive good karmic results in the future. When we ourselves become aged, then others will come to take care of us. Today, most people have car insurance. If we think that we are making payments just to help those who may encounter accidents, then we will never encounter misfortune, because we have given of wealth and compassion. So our way of thinking makes the difference in whether we are a bodhisattva or an ordinary person. What is this difference? A bodhisattva is an awakened being and always thinks of benefiting others, whereas ordinary people are always thinking of benefiting themselves. When we do everything for others, we can get wonderful results, too wonderful to imagine. The kinds of giving are boundless and can be practiced any time, any day, any way. In Buddhism, the giving of wealth consists of external and internal wealth. External wealth is comprised of worldly possessions, whereas internal wealth concerns our body. For example, organ donation is an example of the internal giving of wealth, as is helping others physically. If we volunteer to help others without expectation of reward, we are again practicing the giving of internal wealth. We can practice this giving of internal wealth anytime. We can see that in the Buddhist criteria for good and bad, all deeds arising from the wish to help others are good, and all deeds arising from selfishness are bad. This may be difficult for beginners to follow. Why should we not benefit ourselves? The reason why ordinary people cannot attain Buddhahood is due to the two attachments of self and all knowledge. By ridding ourselves of self-attachment, we attain the level of arhat. By ridding ourselves of the knowledge attachment, we attain Buddhahood. If we have every thought to benefit ourselves, our self-attachment will grow daily. Even as we plant some good causes, we will only increase our attachments. The Buddha told us that if we wish to transcend the cycle of birth and death, we must rid ourselves of both self and of the knowledge attachment. Self-attachments are afflictions that hinder us from attaining purity of mind. knowledge attachments hinder us from uncovering our all-knowing wisdom, from uncovering our true wisdom. The second form of giving brings us wisdom, intelligence, and skill. Generally, it falls into two categories: Buddhist teachings and worldly teachings. To enthusiastically impart all of our knowledge to others who are interested in learning is the giving of teachings. It is not limited to the teachings of Buddhism. It could be teaching others, cooking, engineering, etc. It is the unconditional and free imparting of knowledge or skills in any field. A school teacher who instructs out of the sincere desire to help others is also practicing the giving of teaching. A teacher who does so just to earn a living or prestige is not. A genuine practitioner of the giving of the Dharma is very enthusiastic and is never weary of giving. When we give for self-benefit, we will become disappointed as soon as we fail to obtain prestige or other benefits, and we will thus lose our enthusiasm. On the other hand, a bodhisattva is always compassionately working for the benefit of others and never attaches any conditions to what is given. In the Infinite Life Sutra, the Buddha tells us that of all the kinds of giving, that of giving the Dharma is foremost. Worldly teachings do not get to the heart of the matter. Buddhism is a perfect education which can help us to attain the boundless wisdom, virtue, and skill to enable us to be free of all worries, to leave the cycle of birth and death, to put an end to the cycle of reincarnation, and ultimately to attain Buddhahood. This giving is perfect and remarkable, and is only found in Mahayana Buddhism. All Buddhas praise this giving. In Buddhism, the most important giving is that of books, audio and videotapes, CDs, as well as that of accepting others' invitations to lecture, and thus to create opportunities for others to learn the Buddha's teachings. However, many currently circulated Buddhist materials are printed with copyright warnings. These are not the giving of Dharma, but are commercial endeavors. Some Dharma masters, when requested to speak, ask how much they will be paid. These are not the true giving of Dharma. The act of a bodhisattva is to benefit, to teach others, not the self. If a person truly wanted to learn Buddhism, a bodhisattva would simply go to them to fulfill their wish. They would never do anything that would make it difficult for any person who was willing to learn, as long as the person could receive the true benefits from Buddhism. The giving of fearlessness has broad implications, as it helps to remove all the fears and insecurities of others. For example, if foreign forces were invading our country, we could join the army to protect the security of the citizens. If someone was afraid to go home alone at night, we could offer to go with him or her. Being a vegetarian is another example, because if we all followed this principle, then all living creatures would no longer regard us as a threat. Any act that helps sentient beings feel safe and secure is the giving of fearlessness. Any act that helps sentient beings feel safe and secure is the giving of fearlessness. In doing so perfectly, we will attain healthy and long lives. Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty, the last dynasty, attained wealth, intellect, wisdom, health, and long life. Honorable as a great emperor, and wealthy as one who possesses the entire world. He was truthful, clever, wise, and lived a long life. He was emperor for 60 years and supreme emperor, father of an emperor, for 4 years. He was endowed with these great virtues because in his previous lifetimes he had practiced the cultivation of the giving of wealth, of dharma, and of fearlessness. The Buddha teaches that bodhisattvas must practice the paramita of giving. Paramita means perfection. The question is, how can we practice giving to the state of perfection? We do so simply by turning our thoughts around, by no longer thinking of ourselves but solely of others. In this way, we are practicing giving anytime, anywhere. But we will not yet have achieved perfect giving. Perfect giving is to let go, or to be willing to give all that we possess and to help all others. Giving and gaining are one. If we have not practiced giving, we will not gain. When we give less, we gain less. When we give more, we gain more. Do you have fears, worries? Do you have birth and death, reincarnation? Why aren't you willing to discard them? Giving is to part with all of these, to attain great perfection and great freedom. This is the ultimate giving, the paramita of giving. We start by parting with our material possessions and gradually part with everything. If we are able to let go of our afflictions, birth, and death, then we will uncover the purity, wisdom, and abilities within our self-nature. The second paramita is abiding by the precepts, which means abiding by customs, rules, regulations, and laws. Everything, big and small, worldly and beyond, has their own natural laws. We need to follow these, for only by doing so can we accomplish an undertaking quickly and perfectly. For example, within the family, we need domestic equity, domestic etiquette, or seniority in human relations to guide us, to guide the behavior between parents and children, husband and wife, brothers and sisters. The manner of how things are accomplished needs to be followed. This is similar to cooking rice. We wash it, put it into the pot, and then cook it. Without following the proper sequence, the rice will not be properly cooked. This is even truer in learning and practicing Buddhism. If we want to achieve, we must follow the guidelines told to us by the Buddha, the 4 great vows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. First, we vow to help all living beings. After that, we discard all worldly habits and worries and afflictions and attachments to end all afflictions. Only then do we master all methods. Finally, we attain Buddhahood. Only when we become Buddhas will we have the ability to help all beings and thus perfectly achieve the 4 great vows, and especially the first great vow. Sentient beings are innumerable. I vow to help them all. Some may ask, is it really necessary to attain Buddhahood? Won't it be enough to become a bodhisattva? Although a bodhisattva can help living beings, he is unable to help a bodhisattva who is equal or higher in attainment. For example, an equal enlightenment bodhisattva cannot help another equal enlightenment bodhisattva. However, a Buddha can help them as well as all others. Therefore, only when we attain Buddhahood can we perfectly help all beings in the universe. With such a vow, we can generate the great compassion to help all beings, to be diligent in severing our afflictions and mastering all methods. Today, many practitioners have not yet sincerely generated their vows, although they recite them daily. Why do I say this? Because they are still have the mind of discrimination, ideas of favoring and disfavoring, self and other, love and hate. Consequently, they practice discrimination. They help people they like and ignore those they dislike. Theirs is not a perfect vow, not a genuine vow. A perfect vow is that of a bodhisattva and arises from the non-discriminatory mind. the Bodhi mind. It is wonderful, inconceivable, and far beyond the minds of ordinary people. The third paramita is the paramita of patience. In whatever we do, we need to exercise patience. As stated in the Diamond Sutra, all natural laws of the universe attribute their success to patience. Without it, we cannot succeed in anything. For example, to complete our college education, we have to be patient for 4 years. This audience needs to be patient to sit here for 2 hours to listen to my lecture before you achieve perfection in this lecture. Without patience, we can never attain anything, no matter how good our cultivation, no matter how good our conditions are. Of the 6 paramitas, Buddha Shakyamuni in the Diamond Sutra stressed giving and patience in particular. They are the keys to success in cultivation. It has been said that it is difficult to handle matters, but it is even more difficult to interact with people. It was not so difficult to interact with people in the past, but now it is. Why? Education in the past taught people the proper manner and behavior in which to conduct themselves. Today, it teaches people how to make a living. It is no wonder that we do not know how to conduct ourselves. We are unable to understand the changing of our emotions, much less those of others. Therefore, it has become increasingly difficult to get along with other people. There are 3 categories of patience. First, tolerate the injuries of physical and verbal abuse. Patience is a virtue. With patience, we will have a quiet and pure mind. Thus, it will be easier to attain deep concentration and achievement. When we successfully practice patience, we will gain the greatest good fortune. Second, we would do well to practice patience where the variations of the natural elements are undergone. Hot and cold, summer and winter, hunger and thirst, as well as natural disasters. Third, be patient in the arduous course of our cultivation. Before attaining the joy of cultivation, and before our cultivation become strong, we will encounter many obstacles. However, once we get through this phase, we will attain happiness. Why? Because we are on the right path. This is like traveling on an expressway. Before we can get on, we keep circling around and driving around trying to find the entrance. This is very frustrating because there are many cars in our way and we cannot drive fast. We have to remain patient. Once we get on the expressway, it is much more pleasant because traffic moves smoother and faster with no hindrances. Our practice in Buddhism is like this. In the beginning, we move around trying different methods and schools. Which ones shall I choose? Which shall I learn? Some people are fortunate because they only spend a few years to find the right method. Others are not so fortunate and may take 10 to 20 years or even a lifetime in the attempt to find the right method. Fortune is the result of our good root, merit, and virtue, cause, and condition. With these, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will surely help us, as they never abandon anyone. And once we have the mind to accept their teachings, we will be helped by the Buddha to find awakening. Then our futures will be bright. Why does the Buddha not simply tell us what we need to know? He did, but we did not listen. We were told the method, but thought to ourselves, well, this may not be a good method. I heard that another one is better. We have thus argued with the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So they have chosen not to come to us. Please consider this carefully. We need to be patient before we can attain achievement. Without patience, we cannot advance to a higher stage. For patience is the prerequisite for deep concentration and diligence. The fourth paramita is the paramita of diligence. The Chinese word for diligence is comprised of two characters, meaning perseverance in a specialized field and progress. The two need to work together. Buddhism is neither conservative nor backward, but seeks daily improvement. Some say that Buddhism is no longer relevant. These remarks are erroneous. because the people who said them did not know the paramita of diligence. Progress is good, but more important is progress with diligence. Currently, there are many great scientists in the West who have made many discoveries. They persevered. They did research every day and never stopped. The same applies to learning Buddhism. We practice diligence when we choose one school or method and stay focused on our selection, studying until we excel in it before advancing to another method. It is not effective to concentrate on different methods at the same time. Once we understand one method, we understand all of them. This is known as once we achieve in one, we achieve in all. If we try to practice many methods before we are enlightened, they will become obstacles. Let me tell you what happened to one monk who specialized in the Buddha name chanting method. In the beginning of this century, Master Chin had a student who became a monk at the age of 40. So the student was almost the same age as the master. The two had been childhood friends. Master Chin, who was from a wealthy family, had received a good education. However, his childhood friend was from a poor family and had received little education. When the friend grew up, he could only do manual labor and thus had a very difficult life. One time, he went to visit Master Chin. After staying at the temple for a few days, he said to the master that he too wanted to become a monk. "Why?" asked the master. "Because life is too hard and I want to become a monk," replied his friend. The master initially denied his request because he felt the rigorous training and sutra memorization would prove too much for someone who was illiterate and much older than novice monks usually are. The other monks would look down upon his friend. Feeling everything would prove too much for his friend, the master denied the request. But the friend persisted, and the master finally gave in. Master Chin said to him, "I will accept you as a monk, but I don't think you need to take the vows of abiding by the precepts, because you may not be able to stand the rigorous training of 53 days. There are many deserted temples in the countryside. I will find you one to stay in." So the master found one and arranged for some people to provide food for his friend. He then taught his friend, the new monk, to chant Amitabha. Just recite this phrase, Namo Amitabha, over and over. When you are tired, take a rest. When rested, resume chanting. I am sure that you will greatly benefit from this. And so, the new monk isolated himself in the small temple and concentrated solely on his chanting. 3 years later, he went to visit friends and relatives. He came back and told the woman who had been doing the cooking for him, "There is no need to prepare food for me tomorrow." The woman thought the monk, who had not left the temple for 3 years, had decided to revisit his friends and family the following day. The next day, she went by the temple to see if he had returned. She went to the temple and called out. Receiving no reply, she went inside. She found him standing with his recitation beads in hand. She greeted him, but received no response. When she moved closer to him, she realized that he was still standing, but that he was dead. Never having seen anything like this before in her life, she rushed off to ask the others who were also taking care of him what to do. They sent a message to the master's temple, informing him of the strange occurrence and asking what to do. Due to difficulties in traveling at that time, it took Master Dixiang 3 days to reach the small temple. He understood that his friend had been born into the Western Pure Land. He looked at the still standing dead friend and said admiringly to him, "You have proved that your decision 3 years ago to become a monk was a good one. Not one of the Dharma masters or abbots at all of the famous way places can match your achievement." For 3 years, the uneducated monk had done nothing but recite Namo Amitabha. His single-minded, ceaseless recitation had resulted in his achievement of being freed from the cycle of birth and death and being born into the Western Pure Land. The practice of diligence is important regardless of what we are doing. Whether chanting Amitabha, sitting in meditation, reciting mantras, or studying sutras, we need to practice diligence. In studying sutras, We want to help ourselves as well as others. It would be best to specialize in just one sutra for sutra study and lecturing. In this way, each time we study and lecture, we will reach a new state of mind. We will improve each time. A person who lectures on the Amitabha Sutra will become Buddha Amitabha. A person who lectures on the Universal Door chapter after 10 years will become Guanyin Bodhisattva. A person who tries to learn 10 sutras in 10 years will become a jack of all trades and a master of none. Now we can see how important diligence is. Years ago, when I was a professor at the Buddha Light Temple, a Buddhist university in Taiwan, I recommended to the principal that each student specialize in only one single sutra. This way, in 10 to 20 years, your Buddha light will shine over the entire world. However, my idea was not accepted. If it had been, we would now have many experts giving Dharma talks. What a wonderful accomplishment that would have been. In this way, people who wanted a talk on the Amitabha Sutra would have had Buddha Amitabha to speak. People who wanted a talk on Earth Treasure Sutra would have had Earth Treasure Bodhisattva to speak. Every graduate from the university would have been an expert. Only in this way can Buddhism be widely accepted. So I hope that all those who give Dharma talks will become experts instead of general scholars. For while such students appear to be knowledgeable in many areas, in actuality they are incapable of mastering anything. On the contrary, students who specialize exclusively in one subject will turn out to be versatile experts. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are versatile, but they all concentrate on their respective teaching. To be diligent is to delve deeply into one method. The virtue and benefits of practicing the paramita of diligence in this way are infinite. The fifth paramita is deep concentration, which includes the concentration levels practiced within the heavenly realms and beyond. The concentration of the heavenly realms is comprised of 8 levels. if we succeed in our cultivation of them, then we will be born into the higher heavens. Beyond the heavenly realms, deep concentration is found in the realms of Arhats and Mahayana Bodhisattvas. Finally, the highest level of concentration is that practiced by all Buddhas. The key to all methods of practice lies in deep concentration. It is a mistake to think that only Zen Buddhists practice deep concentration. Pure Land Buddhism uses Buddha name chanting to concentrate the mind. Tiantai Buddhism uses tranquility and contemplation, which is another form of deep concentration. Tibetan Buddhism uses the three mystic practices, the three karmas of body, mouth, and mind, corresponding to those of the Buddha. So although different schools use different methods, use different terms, they all practice deep concentration. Therefore, in the 6 paramitas, concentration encompasses the above forms, as well as all the phenomena in our daily lives. What is this concentration? Being the master of our mind. We have goals which will never be changed or influenced by the environment. Scientists succeed in their research because they do not allow themselves to be distracted by other concerns. So they attain a scientific concentration. When we successfully practice the Buddha name chanting method, we will attain the Buddha name chanting samadhi, as did Master Dishan's student. If we are able to endure, we will become patient and thus be able to persevere and progress, and thus attain deep concentration, which is the essence of our practice. In the Platform Sutra, the 6th Patriarch, Master Huineng, explained that deep concentration was more than just sitting in meditation. He himself reached awakening upon listening to the Diamond Sutra. Therefore, all his lectures were based on the principles found in this sutra. He said that meditation is not being attached to any phenomena. Concentration is sustaining the mind of tranquility. In the Diamond Sutra, Buddha Shakyamuni taught that the proper attitude to have when encouraging others to practice Buddhism is Do not attach to changing form. Maintain the mind of stillness. Do not be moved. The Flower Adornment Sutra tells us of the 53 visits of Sudana. When Sudana went to visit Uxiang, a venerable sage who practiced deep concentration, the boy could not find the old man. Where was he? The sage was not to be found sitting in meditation at home or in the way place. He was found roaming around a market. What was he doing there? Maintaining the mind of tranquility by practicing deep concentration and the principle of not attaching to any phenomena. He was not sitting cross-legged, facing a wall, a position we often admire and expect of a master. We often find ourselves looking down upon the master who is bustling around in excitement. We do not yet realize that such a master has reached a much higher level of achievement than the one we see sitting in the lotus position facing a wall for hours. A higher level of deep concentration or samadhi can exist in all acts. Why is deep concentration so important? Why did the Buddha caution us to stay away from form and to remain unmoved in our hearts? Because all forms are illusory. All phenomena are like dreams, bubbles and shadows are unattainable. The Buddha sees through everything and urges us not to give rise to any discriminatory thoughts and attachments. If we can do so, then we will uncover our true nature and attain the Buddha's understanding of all things in the universe. This is the paramita of wisdom. The sixth paramita is intuitive wisdom. We apply it in our daily lives as we learn the Bodhisattva way. We know everything around us, but we do not cling to it as we do our best to help others. Why? This act of helping others originates from the thought and practice of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Unconditional compassion for all beings as we are all one entity. This is like a person naturally using the left hand to brush away a mosquito that is biting the right hand. Would the left hand ask, why it should help the right hand. Of course not. They are both part of the same body. Today, we have temporarily lost our self-nature, not knowing that all beings and we are one entity. So we discriminate between others and ourselves, thus becoming perplexed and obsessed, spreading confusion, committing wrongdoings, and thus bringing sufferings to others and ourselves. The Buddha taught us how to break through delusion so that we would awaken to the truth that helping others is helping ourselves. Such a heart of compassion is unconditional because it originates from the understanding of unconditional compassion for all others as we all are one entity. In conclusion, everything has its own methods and continuity. This is abiding by the precepts. With endurance and perseverance, we will have patience. To specialize without slacking is diligence. To be master of our mind and not swayed by external conditions is deep concentration. To thoroughly understand all phenomena is wisdom. Therefore, the Buddha taught us to adopt the 6 paramitas of giving, abiding by the precepts, patience, diligence, deep concentration, and wisdom into our daily lives. In this way, we are practicing the Bodhisattva way. It is a mistake to think that once we have accepted the Bodhisattva precepts, we will automatically become a Bodhisattva. If we are ignorant of the 6 paramitas and thus cannot apply them, then even if we have accepted the Bodhisattva precepts, we will be no more than clay idols, unable to even help ourselves. Only when we have applied the first 4 of the 5 guidelines, the 3 conditions, the 6 principles of harmony, the 3 learnings, and the 6 paramitas, will we truly be a student of the Buddha and be close to bodhisattvas. Based on the foundation of the 6 paramitas, we can progress to the next level of our practice, which is comprised of the 10 great vows of universal worthy bodhisattva. These vows were taught to us by the Buddha in the Flower Adornment Sutra. This is the last stage of our cultivation leading to Buddhahood. We cannot practice the 6 paramitas and advance to the 10 great vows until we have fulfilled the first 4 guidelines. The main characteristic of universal worthy bodhisattva is an immeasurably broad and compassionate mind, a compassionate heart. Every one of his vows is complete and perfect. The first vow is to pay respect to all Buddhas. Who are Buddhas? We read the Flower Adornment Sutra. Sentient or insentient, all attain wisdom. So all beings that have self-awareness and all things such as plants and minerals are Buddhas to be. With respect for all beings and things, not just the present beings, we will foster the heart of universal worthy bodhisattva. His heart is different from that of most bodhisattvas. Buddhist practitioners are respectful to the Buddha, but this respect may not be completely sincere. Why not? If we are listening to a lecture, but suddenly think of an important appointment or have a call on our telephone or pager, what will we do? We will leave the hall immediately to go attend to business or to answer the telephone call. So our respect, our belief are not genuine. If we were truly sincere and respectful, we would regard attendance at the lecture as our prime concern. But in fact, if we are listening to a lecture on the sutra, and someone tells us that there is a business opportunity that will make us $1 million, we will leave the lecture. Our respect, our belief are not genuine enough. While the profound respect of universal worthy bodhisattva is perfectly genuine, regardless of whether it is for Buddhas, sentient beings, or insentient objects. Why? He understands that they all have a Buddha nature. Therefore, offending a sentient being is offending a Buddha. Thus, we too should respect all beings. Then how do we act towards tables and chairs? They are also to be respected as beings. For everything is the result of the joint forces of all causes. What is the right way to show respect? Prostrate to it 3 times a day? No. That is the way of a Buddhist idiot. To show respect to material objects, we just keep them orderly and clean. For example, books go neatly into the bookcase. When doing something, we are earnest and responsible, trying to do it the best we can. we treat people, matters, and objects with equal respect. This is the virtuous way of universal, worthy bodhisattva. This is the expanded and perfected way of the 6 paramitas, and therefore is the most perfect and effective way for Buddhist cultivation. Amitabha. Amitabha. The second of Universal Worthy's 10 great vows is to praise thus come ones. Since the first vow is to respect all Buddhas, why don't we simply rephrase them as one? Praise and respect all Buddhas. There is a profound meaning within these 2 vows. Respect all Buddhas applies to behavior. When considering the form, we are to show respect for everybody, regardless of whether they are good or bad. Also, we are to respect all laws, whether they are accepted or heretical. Praise the thus come one applies to nature. So there is a difference. We admire the good, but not the bad, although we respect the latter as well. And therein lies the difference. In the Flower Adornment Sutra, Buddha Shakyamuni understood this very well. Suddhana respected and praised nearly every one of the 53 spiritual guides that he visited. However, 3 of them he respected but did not praise: Vasumidwal, Shenripolaman, and Ganlu Huang. The first was a prostitute and symbolized lust and greed. The second was a heretic and symbolized ignorance. The third was hot-tempered and symbolized anger, punishing all those who caused him the slightest offense by plunging them into boiling water or driving them into a hill of daggers. These three symbolized the three poisons of greed, anger, and ignorance. To Sudana, the three were to be respected, but not praised. So we see that praise is linked to virtue. Only good characteristics and accepted laws deserve praise. But we still respect all beings and things because respect reflects purity of mind and the virtue of respecting others equally. We respect heretical beliefs while we praise accepted ones such as Christianity, which helps raise people to the heaven realms. This is not achieving the perfect, complete enlightenment, but it is infinitely better than heretical beliefs that will lead people to fall into the three lower realms. So we praise Christianity. However, we never praise cults, for they encourage people to commit wrongdoings. We can see that there is a big difference between the first and second vows, although both come from a pure and perfect intention. The third vow is to make offerings extensively. The primary characteristics of universal worthy bodhisattva is an immeasurably broad and compassionate heart, which in Mahayana Buddhism is considered as the perfect function of the true nature. Ordinary bodhisattvas have seen to this true self-nature, but it is partial, not perfect. Only the virtuous character of universal worthy bodhisattva is perfect. All his vows are directed to all beings in the universe. Herein lies the difference between universal worthy bodhisattva and ordinary bodhisattvas who just practice the 6 paramitas. An offering to one Buddha is an offering to all Buddhas. His offerings are not only made to Buddhas, but to all beings, sentient and non-sentient. Therefore, one is all, and all is one. With this great broad-mindedness, we can attain the non-discriminatory and boundless perfection. Universal worthy Bodhisattva told us that of all the many kinds of offerings, that of the teachings is supreme. However, only the Buddha's teachings can help sentient beings break through delusion and confusion to uncover the perfect self-nature, to become enlightened. No other kind of offering can do this. As Buddhism is an education, we are to honor the teacher and revere his or her teachings. only in this way can we attain perfect, complete enlightenment. In the teachings of Buddha Shakyamuni, which sutra is the most important? In the Sui and Tang dynasties, over 1,000 years ago, great Buddhist scholars studied and compared all of the sutras from Buddha Shakyamuni's 49 years of teachings. They agreed that the Flower Adornment Sutra was the most important. So the Flower Adornment Sutra was commonly acknowledged as the perfect teaching. The scholars then made comparisons between the Infinite Life Sutra and the Flower Adornment Sutra, and concluded that the Infinite Life Sutra was higher than the Flower Adornment Sutra. They explained that the Flower Adornment Sutra and the Lotus Sutra are the two most important. In Chinese Buddhism, they are called the first vehicle perfect teachings. Both function as the guide to the Infinite Life Sutra. Therefore, the Infinite Life Sutra is really the #1 teaching. When I first read this, I was very pleased because it agreed with my personal experience. It was the Flower Adornment Sutra that guided me to Pure Land Buddhism. I lectured on this sutra for 17 years. Later, I only lectured on the chapter on Universal Worthies, Conduct and Vows from the Flower Adornment Sutra. During these 17 years, I deeply comprehended the meaning of the 10 great vows of Universal Worthy Bodhisattva in guiding beings to the Western Pure Land. This Pure Land is the essence and the final destination of the flower adornment. From this experience, I realized that the ancient masters were right. So we know what is the best and most important among all of Buddha Shakyamuni's teachings. However, it was only after Mr. Liangju Sha, a Buddhist layman, edited a compilation of the 5 versions of the original translations of the Infinite Life Sutra that we could enjoy a perfect benefit. The great project of editing such an extensive literary collection demonstrated that Mr. Shah was not an ordinary person, but rather the manifestation of a great bodhisattva. This great being felt compassion for the sentient beings in our world, which revealed that the opportunity for many beings to attain Buddhahood had matured. Thus, he manifested in our world to compile the sutra versions and to propagate the Pure Land method during our Dharma ending age. When I visited Beijing, a student of Mr. Xia presented me with a photograph of his teacher. Upon returning to Taiwan, I printed an enlarged copy of the photograph. Although it is not very clear due to repeated duplications, an amazing phenomena is apparent. Behind Mr. Xia's head, the image of a Buddha appears. Light is emitting from this image as well as from below his feet. Although the photograph has been reduplicated many times, we can still clearly see that the image over Mr. Xia's head is that of a Buddha sitting on his lotus seat. We placed the photograph in a prominent position to express our gratitude to this great Bodhisattva for having given us such a gift and for guiding us in our cultivation and propagation of Buddhism. The Infinite Life Sutra is the most important sutra for helping all beings to attain Buddhahood. It contains 48 chapters. Which chapter is number 1? Of all the chapters, chapter 6 is the most important. It tells of Buddha Amitabha's 48 vows. When we read the Infinite Life Sutra, we see that Buddha Shakyamuni accorded with these vows when he introduced the history and background of the Pure Land. Which of these vows is number 1? The great scholars and monks in ancient China agreed that the 18th vow is number 1. It tells us that 10 recitations of Buddha Amitabha's name will result in birth into the Pure Land. In my early years of study, I questioned whether the Buddha had the ability to help a person to immediately become a Buddha, even if they were doomed to be born into the Avicii hell, the lowest of the hell realms. If Buddha was unable to accomplish this, then his wisdom and ability were limited, and saying that he had all virtues and perfect abilities was a compliment rather than a fact. However, if the Buddha was capable of helping such a person become a Buddha, then I would believe that he was really perfect in wisdom and capability, and thus worthy of our admiration. This question remained unanswered until after I read the 48 vows of Buddha Amitabha in the sutra. Then I realized that the Buddha's wisdom and virtuous character are indeed perfect and universal. The Buddha is indeed capable of helping a person who has committed serious offenses to become a Buddha. The question lies in whether or not the person believes and accepts. If not, then the fault lies with the individual, not with the Buddha. So after reading the Infinite Life Sutra, we know that anyone who sincerely practices the recitation method will surely succeed. In the earlier example of Master Deshian and the student who so successfully chanted Namo Amitabha for 3 years, the student knew in advance that he would be born into the Pure Land. He told the woman who prepared his food that she need not bring it the following day. After he passed away from this world, he remained in a standing position for 3 days, waiting for his master to come to make final arrangements. His birth into the Pure Land was into the highest level. His accomplishment is proof of the 18th vow, which explains to us that this birth can be accomplished with just 10 recitations of Amitabha. Anyone who firmly believes in this method surely has good roots, great merits and virtues. The Infinite Life Sutra explains that the monk's rebirth after such a short time of practice was due to his having made offerings to innumerable Buddhas in previous lifetimes. As a result, he was able to believe and practice. Without his good roots from previous lifetimes, he would not have been able to believe regardless of what his teacher had said. The name of Buddha Amitabha has infinite meanings. It is the name of the universe, so it includes everything. If we want to know the meaning of the name, we can read the Infinite Life Sutra, the explanation of the name. If we want to understand the Infinite Life Sutra, we can read the Flower Adornment Sutra, for it is a detailed explanation of the Infinite Life Sutra. If we want to understand the Flower Adornment Sutra, we can read the entire Great Canon, for it is the detailed explanation of the Flower Adornment Sutra. By using this method to understand the sutras, we will know that the merit and virtue of the name of Buddha Amitabha are truly extraordinary. This name alone contains all of Buddhism, as well as all laws throughout the universe. Therefore, to chant this name is to chant all sutras. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong, there was a famous monk, Sun Guangding. Among his many works is the Directory to the Visualization Sutra, which tells us that we can escape from disasters when we resort to reciting sutras, chanting mantras, or drawing divination slips. However, if a person has committed grave wrongdoings, then the only thing that will work is to recite Namo Amitabha. From this, we understand that this is the best method to use when facing disasters. Many people do not know this, so they resort to other methods. Therefore, a person who is ill may recite the Medicine Master Sutra, and when faced with disaster, may recite the Universal Door chapter. This person does not know that the merit and virtues of Buddha name recitation make it the number one method. Then why didn't Buddha Shakyamuni tell us so directly? Why did he teach so many sutras and methods? Because many people do not believe in the Buddha name recitation method. So he kept the finest method for last. This is similar to what we see in the Taiwan Palace Museum. Most people consider the beautiful jade collection from the Qing dynasty to be more valuable than the bronzeware, which resembles pieces of metal, not realizing that the bronzeware is the most valuable part of the collection in the museum. Similarly, most people do not realize the true value of Buddha name recitation. So the Buddha had to teach all sutras to guide sentient beings to the Pure Land. Master Shan Dao told us that the only purpose for all Buddhas to manifest in the world is to tell us of the original vows of Buddha Amitabha. Today, we can truly understand, cultivate, and practice and propagate the Pure Land method. Truthfully, this is due to the support of the Triple Jewels. Also, the opportunities today for sentient beings to attain achievement are very good. In the past 5 to 6 years, millions of copies of the Infinite Life Sutra have been printed and spread throughout the world. I have traveled around the world, introducing and recommending this sutra. Many people have liked and accepted it. Seeing you here, working and practicing so earnestly, I am very pleased and feel that my hard work has been rewarded. Therefore, if we can practice and widely propagate this method, then I can say that we have perfectly fulfilled the vow to make offerings extensively. The methods used by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are infinite in number. They are the display of great compassion and lead to birth into the Pure Land. For example, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva is the founder of Tibetan Buddhism. Also, Juanti Bodhisattva, one of the great patriarchs of Tibetan Buddhism, is a manifestation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Both Universal Worthy Bodhisattva and Guanyin Bodhisattva urge us to seek birth into the Western Pure Land. We ordinary people discriminate between Chinese and Tibetan Buddhism. But Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, with their perfect freedom and non-discriminatory minds, do not discriminate among the different schools. All 84,000 methods lead to the same goal. With this understanding, we will naturally respect all methods and all schools. The fourth vow is to regret karmic obstacles. Everybody has karmic obstacles. Every thought in a person's mind is a karmic act, which in turn will certainly result in an obstacle. What is obstructed? Our true mind, within which there is infinite wisdom and virtue. There are two types of obstacles: those caused by afflictions and those caused by knowledge attachment. We create these constantly. The Buddha told us in the Flower Adornment Sutra, all beings have the Buddha's wisdom and virtues, but cannot attain them due to their wandering thoughts and attachments. Like a doctor, the Buddha pointed out the cause of our illness. Attachments are the root cause of afflictions, and wandering thoughts are the cause of knowledge attachment. For all methods, learning and cultivation is simply a matter of doing away with our wandering thoughts and attachments. Once we do this, we will uncover our Buddha nature. All the methods in Buddhism teach us to regret our karmic obstacles. Thus, to regret karmic obstacles is the key to our cultivation. However, it is very difficult to remove these obstacles. Of all the methods, the Pure Land method is unique. For even if we have committed an extremely grave offense, such as one of the 5 deadly offenses, and are thus destined to fall into the Avicii hell, we can still remove our obstacles and attain Buddhahood. We need to feel remorse, vow to change, practice Buddha name recitation, and accord with the Buddha's teachings to attain birth into the Pure Land. This is why Master Chin said that this recitation method alone is able to dispel obstacles, for they cannot be dispelled reciting sutras or mantras. In the past few years, there was a theory being circulated that said that a person with remaining karma could not be born into the Western Pure Land. This greatly shocked and panicked Pure Land practitioners. When I went to Los Angeles in 1984, I was asked if this was really true. On hearing the question, I smiled and said, if it were true that a person with remaining karma could not be born into the Pure Land, then the only person there would be Buddha Amitabha. What then is the use of going there? The person questioned why. I replied, have you ever heard of the 4 lands, 3 kinds, and 9 grades in the Pure Land? He replied that he had read of them in the sutras. I told him, if no one with remaining karma could be born into the Pure Land, why are there 4 lands, 3 kinds, and 9 levels? With this, he understood. The division of lands, kinds, and levels is based on the amount of remaining karma. With heavier karma, we are born into a lower grade. With lighter karma, we are born into a higher grade. I then explained, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Manjushri Bodhisattva, and Universal Worthy Bodhisattva are all equal enlightenment bodhisattvas. The sutras tell us that even bodhisattvas of this high level still possess 1 degree of remaining ignorance. Isn't this a karmic act? My questioner was greatly relieved at my words. So even an equal enlightenment bodhisattva goes to the Pure Land with remaining karma. Buddha Amitabha is the only one there without any karma. I then concluded, who says that a person with remaining karma cannot be born into the Western Pure Land? My words seemed to help, as the questioner laughed merrily, for he began to see that all beings in the Pure Land had gone there with remaining karma. Buddhism teaches us not to be angry or to hold grudges against others. So I added, it is not wrong to advocate extinguishing karma, for it is good to carry as little karma as possible to the Pure Land. In this way, a person can attain birth into a higher level. Later, I went to New York. As soon as I got off the plane, I was again asked the very same question. People did not understand. As soon as I explained, they understood that it was not wrong to have karma. Extinguishing karma is good, for it is feeling remorse for the obstacle. Buddha name recitation is a sincere act of feeling remorse and vowing to change. However, when feeling remorse, we must be sure that our heart is the same as Buddha Amitabha. Our vow is the same as Buddha Amitabha's, and our behavior corresponds with that of Buddha Amitabha. How do we do this? With sincerity, by not reciting simply with our mouth, but with our heart. In this way, we will perfectly fulfill the teachings in the sutra. Only by doing so can it be said that we are true cultivators of the recitation method. Be sure that with every thought of Amitabha, we have the same thought and vow as the Buddha. We need to turn his 48 vows into our vows. Only in this way can we be rid of karmic transgressions. The fifth vow is to be joyful over others' meritorious deeds. This requires us to go against what seems to be so natural to us: jealousy. It is natural for humans to have this emotion. For example, small children appear unhappy when others receive more candy than they do. This is jealousy and is a major obstacle to our self-cultivation. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva largely attributed this vow to jealousy. He taught us not to feel envy, but to regard others' meritorious deeds as our own, and to further assist them in their endeavors. This vow tells us to not only feel joyful over others' meritorious deeds, but to help them accomplish even more. If we are unable to offer assistance, we can at least express our joy and admiration. However, if we are able to offer assistance, then it will be a true fulfillment of this vow. Remember that helping others is helping ourselves. We would do well to love and tolerate those who exceed us, for in this way we will accomplish the virtue of this vow. In ancient times, education in China was such that each succeeding generation was expected to exceed the current generation in accomplishment. If not, the education was considered a failure. People today, however, are afraid that others will exceed them. When they teach others, they may hold back important information. This is called grudging teaching, which will incur the retribution of ignorance. Grudging money incurs poverty. These people are not aware how serious the retribution will be. We should strive to continually progress in our cultivation of virtue acquisition of knowledge, development of ability, and improvement of the standard of life. Only in this way will education be successful, with the entire society progressing. It will be our responsibility in the next era to educate others. If we fail to attain virtue, knowledge, and ability, we will not be able to help the next generation of sentient beings. Why? Look at today's children. The education they receive is leaning more and more towards science and technology, while society is becoming increasingly complicated. Therefore, those who have vowed to help others will need to have a purer heart, greater wisdom, and higher virtue to cope with the new era and opportunities. Jealousy and hatred are extremely harmful to our self-nature, and hence should be extinguished. So the virtue of being joyful over others' meritorious deeds will be even more important. The sixth vow is to appeal to Buddhas to turn the Dharma wheel. Since we benefit from the education we receive from the Buddha, what can we do to repay his kindness? Nowadays, most people enshrine and worship him, making daily offerings to his image on an altar. Is this the right way to thank him, to repay him? No. These are only rituals to remind us not to forget the Buddha's kindness. The Buddha's wish is for all sentient beings to hear the truth, practice accordingly, and receive the benefits to attain Buddhahood. The only way we can repay him is to take his heart as our own. Only in this way can we repay our respected teacher. Therefore, we can request the turning of the Dharma wheel. In other words, we invite knowledgeable masters to teach us about the sutras. This is also the greatest good deed and virtue. Why? Because it brings the teachings to the world. But if no one invites Dharma masters to lecture, they will not have the opportunity to do so. So people who invite them to give Dharma talks will gain great merits. Many people are willing to invite masters to chant or recite, believing that they will receive inconceivable good fortune. But actually, they may not understand the meaning of what they are reciting. Therefore, if they invite the Dharma Master to give a talk, then the good fortune, merits, and virtues are even greater. The listeners will acquire a better understanding of the text and will be more inclined to recite the sutras and to follow their teachings. Unfortunately, if we want to invite to give a master to give a talk on the sutra today, we will find it hard to find an eligible one, since there are so few. Many times, as I have traveled to give talks, I have been told that it was difficult to find masters to speak. I have smiled and said, having a master to teach is the result. We need to plant the cause before we can attain the result. You are wishing for it without having planted the cause. Where on earth can we find such a deal? What does planting the cause in this instance mean? To help train Dharma masters. People like to listen to talks by senior, famous masters. Younger, unknown masters are generally inexperienced, so fewer people attend their talks. Thus, they become discouraged, and thinking that giving talks is too difficult, they return to conducting ceremonial services. What should we do to help these less experienced masters? The younger and more inexperienced they are, the more we need to attend their talks. This will encourage them to practice and to improve. However, even if we attend every one of the Master's talks, we should not praise them. Unfounded praise is more harmful than slander. People may become very angry when slandered, but for a person with integrity and enthusiasm, the slander will only serve as a stimulant. The more embarrassed he or she becomes, the more determined he or she becomes. This person will do their utmost to achieve. However, if people praise and eulogize the Master, he or she will think that they are so good that further improvement is unnecessary. This thinking leads to arrogance. Therefore, we should neither praise inexperienced masters nor make offerings to them. With too much money and fame, they will soon become tainted. A person gives rise to the bodhisattva heart and becomes a monk or nun, but later becomes corrupt due to receiving excessive praise and offerings from followers. So these followers are to blame for ruining this monk or nun. When the monk or nun receives the retribution, the followers will share the responsibility. Then whom should we make offerings to? The person with a firm mind, for he or she will neither feel excited when praised, nor troubled when slandered. Only they deserve to receive the praise and admiration, for only they will not be harmed by it. We would do well to strongly recommend this master to others, so that the master can help more beings. To accept praise and offerings is very difficult. Buddhists say that a single grain from the donor is heavier than Mount Sumeru. I will serve the donor like a bull in my next lifetime if I do not transcend the 6 realms of reincarnation at the end of this life. So it is not easy to properly accept offerings. Even Buddhas and Bodhisattvas do not enjoy the offerings made to them, let alone we ordinary beings. However, when the donor wishes to foster good deeds and virtues, the master should accept the offerings and then pass them on to others. Earlier in this century, Master Yingguang set a good example for us. His innumerable followers gave him many offerings. He used all the money to print sutras. Following his example, I have also used all the money donated to print sutras. I then freely distribute the books to everybody. I had the thought that if I did not attain achievement in this lifetime and transcend the 6 realms, I would at least not become a bull in my next lifetime, because everyone who had received my books would help to pay the debt for me. This is the transference of giving. In this way, everybody would share in the good fortune. This is the proper way of accepting offerings from followers. Using the offerings for personal use is absolutely wrong and immoral. Even if the money is used to build a way place, the way place has to be used to promote Buddhism. Only in this way can the donor receive the merits and virtues. Otherwise, without propagation and cultivation, the way place will become a place of competition and conflict. Therefore, we must be very careful if we want to build a way place. My late teacher, Mr. Lee, once said, when building the way place, everybody is a bodhisattva, doing their best to complete the work. But after the way place is built, everybody becomes a demon. Why? Because they are all trying to grab power, and profit. They have forgotten their initial genuine intention in building the way place. We have to be very careful when making offerings to a Dharma master. The Buddha told us that there are 4 kinds of offerings that could be made to monks and nuns. The first is food and drink, without which they could not live. The second is clothing, if it becomes worn. Provide new ones if there is not another one available. The third is medicine to be provided upon illness. The fourth is bedding. Nowadays, followers offer monks and nuns houses and whatever good things they can afford. Then they live such comfortable lives that they no longer want to go to the Pure Land. Nowadays, followers offer monks and nuns houses and whatever good things they can afford. Then they live such comfortable lives that they no longer want to go to the Pure Land. The present life becomes so satisfactory that the goal to transcend the cycle of birth and death to attain Buddhahood fades. This is very harmful to their cultivation. They have left their secular home behind. To present them with a house is to urge them to return home. Isn't this harmful to them? Having received ownership of a house, they have again acquired property. This is regression of their cultivation. The follower is then actually a criminal who will ruin the master. These people do not understand that this is harming Buddhism and damaging the spirit of the Triple Jewels. They think they are doing a good deed and accumulating much merit. When they see the king of the hell realms after they die, they will feel bewilderment at their punishment. We must have true wisdom to cultivate good fortune, merits, and virtues in Buddhism. Followers need to be told this, but many masters are reluctant to tell them because then they may not receive offerings. What about me? I am determined to go to the Pure Land. I will not remain in this world to continue suffering. Thus, to tell the truth, I do not care whether you make offerings to me or not. It would be even better for me if you did not, for it would save me a lot of trouble. Because of this, I started the corporate body of the Buddha's Educational Foundation, which is dedicated to the printing and distribution of Buddhist books. I told the manager, print more if there are more offerings, print less if there are less offerings. There is no need to print any if there are no offerings, which is best. When too many offerings are received, we have to take the trouble to select among all the Buddhist books to determine which ones are most suitable to print and then decide how best to print them. With no offerings, there would be no worries, no troubles. So we should not seek offerings, seek a way place, or ask for anything. Then we will have a pure mind and quiet heart on our path to enlightenment. Cultivating a pure mind and a quiet heart is helping others to cultivate the same, and staying away from fame and profit is true cultivation. We need to foster novice monks and nuns by placing them in hardships. If we cannot bear to see them suffering hardships, we are harming them. When Buddha Shakyamuni was in this world, all of his students had only one meal a day and spent the night sitting under trees. Is this not a life of hardship? If we had been there and felt sorry for them and helped them out of their hardships, how then could they have attained enlightenment? The Buddha taught us to regard hardship as our teacher. Only by living most simply and frugally can we acquire a true Dharma heart and be firmly determined to transcend this world. So hardships are good for us. If we are not willing to undergo hardships ourselves, then we can at least respect those who are and try not to extricate them from their difficulties. Only when we sincerely help inexperienced monks and nuns to improve will we have good masters promoting Buddhism. The seventh vow is to request the Buddha to reside in this world. The main purpose of the sixth vow is to introduce Buddhism to all people. If we hope to have accomplishment in our cultivation, the vow to request the turning of the Dharma wheel is not enough. Have you ever seen anyone attain enlightenment by listening to a talk on the sutra only once or twice in his or her lifetime? If this could happen, then enlightenment would only be attainable when Buddha was in this world, and not attainable when he was not. However, with our limited abilities, we cannot do this. So we need to request the Buddha to remain, to reside in this world. In other words, we need a teacher who is with us every day, so that we can be under their constant guidance and thus be able to reach enlightenment. Years ago, I was asked by Professor Lee about my aspirations. I told him that I wished to travel around the world, encouraging others to practice Buddhism. He nodded and told me that this was good, that I could achieve, but I could not help others to do so. I asked, why? He replied that I could only propagandize. He said that he had lived in Taichung for more than 30 years, and therefore many people had attained achievement. He went on to explain that if he had not lived in Taichung, but had visited there once or twice a year, then nobody would have had any achievement. To be able to help another, there needs to be an existing affinity. Without this affinity, even a Buddha cannot help us. By traveling around the world propagating Buddhism, we will meet many people, but the affinities with them are lighter. Staying in one place to conduct regular teachings needs stronger affinities. I have benefited greatly from my travels, as I have been freed from the concept of a home. Every day, I was either on the road or in a hotel. Where is my home? No home at all. Although I have places to give talks, I usually do not stay there for longer than a few weeks. The shattering of the idea of home has proven to be an escape for me. If we want to reach any achievement, we need to request the Buddha to remain in this world. The Buddha himself is no longer here, but his followers are, be they monks and nuns or lay people. Those who are knowledgeable and virtuous can be invited to reside in our town or city to give teachings. In this way, we will constantly be under their guidance. It is easy to provide for masters of virtue and character because they lead simple lives. However, the lecture hall should look magnificent so that the listeners will like it and thus will develop respect for the way place. However, if the appearance of the hall is mediocre, they might look down on the way place. People often set store by appearance and pay less attention to content. Although a person who knows the true value of things does not attach much importance to appearance, a splendid and imposing looking lecture hall is necessary for people to see initially. Although the lecture and cultivation halls are impressive, the living quarters of the monks and nuns are very simple. If we look at the temples in China, we will understand. Even the head monk or nun lives in a small room. The luxurious exterior rooms are only for lay people and visitors. By carefully observing this, we will know the right manner to have and the right methods we need to adopt. Doing so properly will enable Buddhism to take root, grow, blossom, and bear fruit wherever we live. From the above, we can see that the 10 great vows of Bodhisattva, of the first 7, are the vows for Bodhisattvas and vow and conduct. The last 3 of these vows are the ways to dedicate all merits. The 8th vow is to constantly be a diligent follower of the Buddha's teachings. Although the Buddha no longer resides in this world, we still have his sutras to study, to follow. Following the sutras is the highest standard in our learning and practicing Buddhism. The 9th vow is to accord with all sentient beings. We need to accord with the wishes of all sentient beings in the universe. This is extremely difficult to do, and is why the Chinese say that filial piety and according with others go together. Learning Buddhism is to honor filial piety and to accord with the being's wishes. While according, we need to look for the right opportunities to encourage people to stop committing wrongdoings. This will help them to break through delusion and attain enlightenment. However, to do this perfectly, we need to recognize the right way and time, and for this we need wisdom, expediency, and flexibility. The 10th vow is to dedicate all merits. This means dedicating all of our good deeds and merits to all the sentient beings in the universe. It means broadening our hearts so that the entire universe becomes one entity. Only when we have reached this state can we be said to have attained the great perfection. In our learning and cultivation of the Pure Land, we use 5 sutras and 1 sastra or commentary. The Buddha speaks of the Infinite Life Sutra of adornment, purity, equality, and awakening of the Mahayana school, the Amitabha Sutra, the Visualization Sutra, the chapter of Universal Worthies, Conduct and Vows from the Flower Adornment Sutra, the chapter on the perfect, complete realization of great strength bodhisattvas through Buddha name recitation from the Surangama Sutra, and Vasubandhu Bodhisattva's report on the way of reaching the Pure Land. We practice the 5 guidelines of the 3 conditions, the 6 harmonies, the 3 learnings, the 6 paramitas, and the 10 great vows of universal worthy bodhisattva. Very simple, very clear, not at all complicated. If we consistently follow these, our learning and cultivation, then we are sure to succeed. In doing so, as an ancient sage said, if 10,000 practice, 10,000 will succeed. Now, we have the principles and methods of learning and cultivation. How do we interact with people, matters, and objects in our daily lives? If we follow the above guidelines, single-mindedly chant the name of Buddha Amitabha, and seek birth into the Pure Land, we will definitely succeed. We have looked at the basis for learning and cultivation and have had a brief introduction to the main practice guidelines. Now, let's look at the creative teaching methods of Buddhism. As Master Chin Kung explained in the Flower Adornment Sutra, learning and cultivation can be divided into the 4 stages of belief, understanding, practice, and realization. The first stage is belief. When we are able to believe, then our conditions have matured. There is a saying, the Buddha is unable to help those who have no affinity with him. What is affinity? It is being able to believe. Even a Buddha cannot help someone whose conditions have not yet matured. However, when they have matured, the person will believe. then the Buddha can help. Religions are different from Buddhism in that once the believers have faith, they are saved. Whereas in Buddhism, belief in Buddhism means that we believe in the benefits of Buddhism and accept one of the many methods. Once we have belief, we have to have understanding. Buddhism explains the truth of life and the universe. Only after we have acquired a true understanding of it can we begin our practice. Therefore, practice is based on understanding. If we do not understand the principles and methods, how can we practice? True practice is based on the foundation of principles and correct methods. The ultimate goal of practice is to attain achievement, to attain the real benefit. What is achievement? It is the application of what we believe, understand, and practice in our daily lives to attain the ultimate enjoyment in life. For example, what we find in the Infinite Life Sutra is just what we think and practice. What we think and practice in our daily lives conforms with the sutra. This is attainment and true reality. And this is what makes Buddhism so valuable. Thus, we need to understand the proper sequence of cultivation, which is belief, understanding, practice, and attainment. When we speak of belief, first we believe in ourselves. This is where Buddhism differs from religion. In religion, the most important criteria is to believe in God. In Buddhism, the most important criteria is to believe in ourselves, not in something outside of ourselves. We need to believe that we have the same Buddha nature. Believe that originally we were Buddhas. Believe that we are no different from Buddhas. Believe that our true nature has become polluted, and that once we remove this pollution, we will uncover our true self nature. However, if we are always dwelling on thoughts that we have heavy karmic obstacles and fear that this will keep us from achieving attainment, then we will definitely not achieve. Why? If we do not believe we can achieve, then even the Buddha and Bodhisattvas cannot help us. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas can only help those who help themselves. Therefore, it is crucial that we have this confidence and belief in ourselves. In addition, we also need to believe in the teachings of the Buddha. We have been told infinite principles and methods. We will surely succeed as long as we follow them. After we have belief in ourselves, we need to have belief in the Buddha's teachings. Master O.E. described this as believing in principles and in matter. Where does matter come from? From the principle that is the pure mind of the true nature. All phenomena in the universe arise from this principle. They are related by the endless cycle of birth and death. A cause gives rise to an effect, which in turn becomes the cause of the next effect. This process continues ceaselessly. Developing understanding and belief in true reality builds our confidence, enabling us to seek thorough understanding of everything. Only in this way can we be free of confusion and doubt, which are obstacles in our cultivation, and thus we can obtain enjoyment and smooth advancement. In practicing Buddhism, it is most important to accept the teacher's instructions and practice according to the recommended methods. This has been the right way to learn since ancient times. The first requirement was to follow the 5-year restriction which was set by the teacher. In so doing, the teacher took full responsibility for whether the student succeeded or failed. This is the principle of honoring teachers and revering their teachings. This principle, however, no longer holds today, for teachers are not responsible and students are not earnest. The principles of teaching are declining, and this is the tragedy of our times. Students no longer respect teachers, and teachers no longer sincerely want to help students achieve. The 5-year learning restriction resulted in the student following just one teacher. It laid the foundation for the 3 learnings of self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom. It was the responsibility of the teacher to see that the student learned this. Consider Zen Buddhism. What did the teacher ask of the student for the first 5 years? They were assigned simple manual labor and asked to perform it earnestly, without change, every day. They were also to memorize the sutra. They were to read after completing their work and not to be concerned with anything else. The purpose of this labor was not to treat them as servants. After a while, the student felt bored and would think that he or she had worked very hard for 5 years without accomplishing anything. In actuality, he or she had accomplished much without realizing it. What was acquired? Afflictions were greatly reduced, and concentration was increased because of a ban against seeing and listening to many things. If the ban was properly followed, the students attained both good fortune and wisdom. What is good fortune? Working every day in the way place was cultivating the practice of giving. Since monks and nuns had no money to give away, they could work to practice the paramita of giving. Through the restrictions on listening and reading, they thereby concentrated the 6 sense organs, and the students also acquired a pure mind and attained deep concentration. This is wisdom. So the teacher taught the students to cultivate good fortune and establish the foundation of self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom. The teaching was designed to be subtle yet effective. With the 5-year learning restriction as a base, upon listening to 1 or 2 Dharma talks, the students could become enlightened. In the biographies of well-accomplished monks, we see that through this method, many monks became enlightened in 3 to 5 years. Today, however, practitioners can live in a way place for 30 or 50 years, even a lifetime, without awakening. They may have read numerous sutras, but remained unenlightened. At most, they have memorized some general knowledge about Buddhism, but nothing to sever their afflictions or attain wisdom. So we must try to find a good teacher for guidance. This advice may seem boring at first, but after the initial stage, we will be truly delighted and joyful in our attainment. Many of us have made the big mistake at the beginning of our cultivation of wanting to learn all different methods. Ancient learned monks and nuns started with the second of the great vows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Afflictions are inexhaustible. I vow to end them all. In ending all afflictions, we will achieve deep concentration and attain wisdom. Then the ways to practice are boundless. I vow to learn them all. This is the correct way for cultivation. The mistake many people make is to attempt to study extensively without having severed afflictions. Master Chin Kung called this understanding with no practice. These people concentrate only on understanding while neglecting the practice. They do not try to end their afflictions, to cultivate a pure mind. As a result, they develop deviated viewpoints rather than proper views and viewpoints. What is the first step in learning Buddhism? Start by reciting one sutra. Do we need to understand it? No. For when we have not ended our afflictions, our understanding will be erroneous. Then why do we recite only one sutra? By reciting the sutra, the three learnings of self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom are accomplished together. Self-discipline requires that we do nothing bad, do all that is good. Reciting a sutra can prevent us from generating wandering thoughts, so we will be prevented from doing all that is bad. Sutras are words that flow from the Buddha, from his true nature. Nothing can surpass these words in virtue. Therefore, reciting a sutra is doing all that is good and results in the perfection of self-discipline, so there is no need to practice the precepts one by one. When reciting a sutra, we must focus. By focusing, we cultivate concentration. Clearly enunciating every word correctly, without any omission, is the practice of wisdom. Therefore, reciting the sutra properly is to practice the three learnings at the same time. Any attempt to analyze the sutra while reciting is in fact treating the sutra as a worldly book. This will result in none of the three learnings being accomplished and is not true cultivation. Never belittle the practice of sutra recitation, as it is the base of cultivation. Reciting for 1 hour accomplishes 1 hour of cultivation. Reciting for 2 hours accomplishes 2 hours of cultivation, etc. Needless to say, the longer, the better. Many of my fellow practitioners in Taiwan and Dallas are reciting the Infinite Life Sutra 10 times a day. So far, some may have chanted the sutra over 2,000 times. Thus, they are very familiar with the text and only need 30 to 45 minutes to finish one sutra. Reciting 10 times thus means 5 or 6 hours of practicing self-discipline, deep concentration and wisdom. With so many hours devoted to cultivation, we will naturally develop a serene mind in just a few years' time. Sutras flow from the pure and quiet mind and heart of the Buddha. When we have developed a mind as pure, as quiet, we will understand all we read in the sutra. The reason why the sutra is so hard to understand now is that our minds are filled with wandering thoughts. How can this mind be in harmony with one that is pure and quiet? This is why we do not understand the Buddha's words. So if we want to learn from a good teacher, we need to trust and believe that their methods are proper and correct. Just choose one sutra without being distracted by others. If we choose to follow the Pure Land School, we recite and study the Infinite Life Sutra. If we choose to follow the Tiantai School, we recite and study the Lotus Sutra. If we choose to follow the Flower Adornment Sutra, we recite and study the Flower Adornment Sutra. When choosing a school, follow its principles and delve deeply into the sutra for 5 years. In other words, sever all afflictions and try to develop a pure and quiet heart. This is the first step in learning Buddhism. Frankly, 5 years of learning and cultivating were enough for a practitioner to gain a pure mind in the past, because their minds were not as polluted as ours now are. In the past, children would remain innocent until around 10 years of age. Then they would begin to be aware of differences between right and wrong, self and others. They would begin to develop such characteristics as greed, anger, ignorance, and arrogance. Look at today's children. They start showing greed, anger, ignorance, and arrogance when they are only a few years old. Where do they learn these things? From television. They are exposed to television every day. They naturally become polluted. They do not have the happy, innocent childhood their parents had. How unfortunate they are. I was born and grew up in the countryside and was neither knowing nor sensible and aware of the world until I was 13. True happiness is to remain innocent as long as possible in childhood, and to not be aware of any of the suffering in the world. All I knew was how to play. Once we lose our childhood innocence, we are no longer happy. For then we have to be constantly aware of others. So I say that modern people are less fortunate than their predecessors were. Once we have developed a pure and quiet mind and have attained wisdom, then we can begin to broaden our knowledge. So we can see, hear, learn of anything that we are interested in, for now we have attained wisdom and will not be affected by our surroundings. Since we have self-control, the more we see and hear, the wiser we will become, and the greater our strength from deep concentration will be. How are deep concentration and wisdom increased? Remaining unmoved by our surroundings will enhance deep concentration. Developing a clear and understanding mind will enhance wisdom. Then we can learn from other schools to further enhance our deep concentration and wisdom. First, we practice self-discipline, deep concentration, and wisdom to attain our original wisdom. Then we can learn extensively to perfect our acquired wisdom. This is the way of learning from ancient times. The Buddha told us in the great Prajna Sutra, innocent, intuitive wisdom knows all. So we must cultivate innocence first. The 5-year method of practicing self-discipline results in our remaining innocent of the happenings in the world. When we are once again in contact with the world, we will be aware of knowing all. This is the proper sequence and method to learn and practice Buddhism. Ancient patriarchs not only abided by the rules set by Buddha Shakyamuni, but also took Confucianism as the basis for their learning and practicing. Chinese Buddhism has abandoned Theravada Buddhism in place of Confucius teachings. Chinese Buddhists, as the basis for learning Buddhism, adopted the 5 virtues of Confucius of gentleness, kindness, respectfulness, thriftiness, and humility. From this foundation, they developed the 3 conditions, the 6 principles of harmony, the 3 learnings, the 6 paramitas, and the 10 great vows of universal, worthy bodhisattva. All the schools of Mahayana Buddhism adopted this framework of learning and teaching. In other words, we can accomplish our learning and cultivation in any school, as long as we follow these principles and methods. So we can say that taking the 5 virtues and 6 harmonies is the basis and a unique characteristic of Chinese Buddhism. There was another advanced method of teaching and learning in Buddhism. Continuing education for teachers. It was not until recently that this method again came into use. When he was in this world, Buddha Shakyamuni had many students. Some stayed with him because they had not yet finished their study, and thus had not yet become independent. But others had reached some level of achievement. The latter were bodhisattvas who were responsible for spreading Buddhism. They went to different locations, set up way places, and taught on behalf of the Buddha. Then they would return to where the Buddha was for 3 months for a summer retreat, for continuing education. This is similar to today's summer vacation when the students are out of school, but the teachers cannot rest, for they need to receive further training. So the bodhisattvas went back to be with the Buddha for a summer retreat. They listened to his teaching, and thus were able to increase their concentration, wisdom, and virtues. They also discussed difficulties they had encountered in their teaching and tried to find solutions. They learned from each other in seeking self-improvement. This system of continuing education has been infrequently seen in Chinese history. It is advisable that way places and Buddhist societies conduct summer and winter retreats of Buddha name recitation and Zen meditation, seminars, etc., for short-term training. This is very effective, and people are able to accept this idea of short-term continuing education. If we directly tell them that it is for severing afflictions, cultivating self-discipline, concentration, and wisdom, and transcending the cycle of birth and death, only a few people can accept this concept or will be interested. Amitabha. Amitabha. Today, people differ in their concept of Buddhist education from those in the past. They want to learn more at the beginning of their study, not knowing that their method will limit their accomplishment, whereas following the traditional method of practicing Buddhism can result in infinite benefits. In the past, many people have benefited from the traditional method and achieved in their cultivation and attained Buddhahood. However, at best, the present method can only help us to get a doctorate of Buddhism, fame, and wealth. But frankly speaking, it will not be easy for us to sever afflictions or transcend the cycle of birth and death. We should consider this very carefully. Buddha Shakyamuni gave lectures in many places, as did Confucius. In India, the Buddha and his students were invited by places to give talks. They would lecture in those areas for a while, but did not remain permanently. As most of the Buddha's 12,500 students would follow him, it would have been very difficult for one place to support all of them. Only after Buddhism was introduced into China did Buddhist monks and nuns take up permanent residence in what was similar to a Buddhist educational institution. This came about because the introduction of Buddhism into China was supported and financed by the emperor. In India, people respected ascetics who traveled holding an alms bowl and therefore would supply them with offerings. In China, however, people would have regarded this as begging, since the emperor who had invited the teachers respected them. It would have been unacceptable to have them roaming the streets begging for food. Therefore, houses were set up for them to live in, and people were sent by the imperial court to assist the monks so they would not have to worry about their livelihood. By the Tang Dynasty, the system of Buddhist universities had developed. Masters Baizhong and Matsu were the initiators of these institutions. Master Matsu was the 8th patriarch of the Zen school and the 3rd generation student of Master Huineng, the 6th patriarch of the Zen school. There is a Chinese saying that Master Matsu built the university and Master Baizhong set up the rules. What is this Buddhist university? It was the systematization of Buddhist teaching, the next step after what had been the verbal passing of the teachings from a teacher to private students. After Master Matsu, the idea of a university continued to grow. This educational system was the special feature of Chinese Buddhism. The textbooks, lectures, and teaching methods all attained the highest level of artistry, as we can see in the writings, music, images, architecture, offering implements, etc. Today, however, many of these perfect teachings have been lost to us. Today, the quality of Buddhist music has deteriorated. We are short of talented people, not only Buddhist artists with creative talents. Therefore, a Buddhist artist has to be profoundly learned, for only then can she or he truly teach others and convey truth, goodness, beauty, and wisdom. Ancient masters with high spiritual achievement composed Buddhist musical lyrics. But because of the minds of today's people who chant them are not pure, their expression of them is also not pure. Spiritually, they have yet to achieve a state of awakening, and are thus unable to move us. The artistic decline is caused by the lack of talented practitioners. Does not mean that Buddhism lacks artistic substance. Anyone who has been to China and visited the Dunhuang murals, or the Yungang grottos, or the stone sutra texts found in Fangshan County, Beijing, knows how magnificent Chinese Buddhist artistries can be. The stone sutras were found in the years after the Cultural Revolution and are more extensive than the great Buddhist canon. Some of the sutras were translated at a later time than those in the canon. Fortunately, they survived in the Fangshan site. The stone slabs are carved on both sides with characters as large as a thumb. The entire project took 400 years to complete, equal in scale to the building of the Great Wall. This recently discovered collection contains tens of thousands of stone slabs stored in 7 caves. At present, only 2 of the caves are open to the public. We were filled with awe and admiration when we saw these stone sutras, and could not help but admire our ancestors for having preserved such a legacy for us. Today, schools and museums are separated. However, the system of Buddhist universities is similar to a combination of a school and museum. For the art forms are educational, not just artistic. They exhibit inspiration and wisdom not discernible by most people. For example, when people see the images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, they conclude that Buddhists worship many deities, and therefore Buddhism is a religion, and a low-class one at that. Most people believe that in an advanced religion, people only worship one God. They do not understand that Buddhism is not a religion, that we do not worship the images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas as deities, but rather we regard them as teaching aids, which help us to understand the different methods of cultivation. One single image or method is insufficient to represent all phenomena in the world. So Buddhism uses many kinds of artistic works to represent them. Once we understand the educational significance of Buddhist artistry, we will naturally give rise to admiration and appreciation. All Buddhas symbolize our virtuous nature. All Bodhisattvas and Arhats symbolize the virtue of practice. Without the virtue of practice, the innate virtuous nature cannot be revealed. This complementary relationship is why the Buddha table includes images of both Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The Buddha represents original nature. The Bodhisattvas represent the application of this nature. This original nature is empty, as it has no set form. All creations or form arise from this original nature. And once there is form, there is application. The Buddha represents the original nature, and the Bodhisattvas represent form and application. This is why in the Flower Adornment Sutra, the Buddha does not comment on the teachings, for the original nature that is empty has nothing to say. But the Bodhisattvas do have something to say, since they apply the principles. Not only is the original nature unexplained, but also no thoughts arise from it. The saying that whenever I open my mouth, I blunder, whenever I have an idea, it is wrong, is said in terms of original nature, represented by one Buddha. Why are there two Bodhisattvas to represent application? The infinite and innumerable form and application are divided into two categories: wisdom and practice, or understanding and behavior. Practice corresponds with understanding. Understanding is the principle and practice of the application. When we see the image of Buddha Shakyamuni, usually Ananda and Kasyapa, two great arhats, are on either side of him. Buddha Shakyamuni represents our original nature. Ananda, who is foremost in hearing, represents understanding and wisdom. Kasyapa, who is foremost in asceticism, represents practice. We may also see Buddha Vairocana, the wisdom body of Buddha Shakyamuni, with Manjusri Bodhisattva and Universal Worthy Bodhisattva on either side of him. Manjusri Bodhisattva represents understanding. Universal Worthy Bodhisattva represents practice. Pure Land Buddhism regards Buddha Amitabha as original nature, with Guanyin Bodhisattva representing compassion and practice, and Great Strength Bodhisattva representing wisdom and understanding. Due to these profound meanings, there cannot be 2 or more Buddhas, 3 or more Bodhisattvas. Each Buddha represents a part of the virtuous nature. Every part of it is perfect, so one is all. All is one. Each name illustrates the virtues. For example, Shakya means kindness, teaching us that we need to treat others with kindness and compassion. Muni means stillness and purity. The whole meaning of Shakyamuni teaches us to behave towards others with kindness and compassion, to strive for purity of mind for ourselves. This is the meaning of Shakyamuni and is innate to our original nature. Amitabha is a Sanskrit transliteration. Amita means infinite life. Fa means Buddha. What is infinite? Everything. Wisdom, ability, long life, etc. But of all of them, infinite life is the most important, for without it, we cannot enjoy all the other infinities. With it, we can enjoy all infinities. How can we gain these infinities? They are none other than our self-nature, our original true nature. The 6th patriarch of Zen, Master Huineng, said, self-nature is innate. From self-nature arises all phenomena in the universe. In other words, it means infinity. What method do we use to obtain this infinity? We practice the teachings of Guanyin Bodhisattva and Great Strength Bodhisattva. The former teaches us to be compassionate. The latter teaches us single-minded concentration of Buddha Amitabha. Great Strength Bodhisattva taught us concentrate solely on Buddha Amitabha, without ceasing, without intermingling with other methods, and in this way we will surely attain wisdom and enlightenment. Adding to this is the compassionate way of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Behaving towards others with compassion and chanting Namo Amitabha will enable us to enjoy infinite life. In this way, we will develop our virtuous nature and uncover our infinite merits and virtues. Thus, when we pay respect to the images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, we need to understand that each is a way of cultivation and of the truth of the universe. Buddhist architecture is also an artistic expression. From the exterior, the main cultivation hall appears to have 2 stories, but there is only 1 story inside. The external 2 stories represent absolute truth, or the true reality of life and the universe, and relative truth, or worldly views still clouded with delusion. The interior single story represents that both are the same truth. To the deluded, the 2 appear distinct and separate. However, to the enlightened, they are one and the same. Upon entering a way place, we first see the hall of heavenly guardians. In the center of the hall is Maitreya Bodhisattva. To his left and right are the heavenly guardians or Dharma protectors. Maitreya Bodhisattva, known in the West as the Happy Buddha, is represented by the image of the historical monk Budai, who was a manifestation of Maitreya Bodhisattva. Maitreya Bodhisattva has a big smile that conveys, want to learn Buddhism? Be happy and greet everyone with a smile. Do not constantly lose your temper, or you cannot learn Buddhism. This Bodhisattva also has a huge belly representing broad-mindedness and equality of mind, teaching us to treat everything and everyone with generosity, patience, and serenity. Only by emulating such qualities can we practice and learn Buddhism. Therefore, Maitreya Bodhisattva sits facing the door to tell all who enter, only those who can accomplish this are eligible to learn Buddhism. Standing beside Maitreya Bodhisattva are the 4 heavenly guardians or Dharma protectors. They are symbolic guardians of the practitioners of the Buddhist way. Whom do they protect? They protect us by reminding us to educate ourselves and to safeguard the proper knowledge, which we should learn. Each guardian portrays a different aspect of thought or action. The Eastern Dharma protector symbolizes responsibility and safeguards the territory, which means that all of us are responsible for ourselves, our family, our country, the world. How do we fulfill this responsibility? If each of us fulfills our duties, fulfilling our obligations, we support each other and ourselves as well. In this way, society will be harmonious, and the country will be prosperous and powerful. The Southern Dharma Protector symbolizes progress and teaches us diligence. It is not enough to just meet our responsibilities. We need to make progress with each passing day, for a day without progress means we regress. He emphasizes the importance of constantly cultivating and advancing our virtue, conduct, wisdom, and ability to improve performance in our duties and in our standard of living. From this, we can see that Buddhism is progressive, always leading the times. The Western Dharma Protector symbolizes comprehensive knowledge and learning, gained through exposure to the world. He represents comprehensive vision, the need to open our eyes to observe nature and humanity, to refine what we see and learn, and to distinguish good from ill. The Northern Dharma Protector symbolizes comprehensive study and learning. Both teach ways of practice and how to achieve the goals in responsibility fulfilling and in self-improvement. As the ancient Chinese have said, to read 10,000 books and to travel 10,000 miles. Reading is a means for accomplishing the fundamental knowledge. Traveling 10,000 miles is to learn from observation. Through travel, we see advantages of others and learn from them. We also see their shortcomings, which can in turn serve as a warning to us that we can constantly improve ourselves. In this way, we can build a prosperous society and a safe country. In doing so, we safeguard the Dharma. We safeguard the Buddha's teachings. So the images of the Bodhisattvas and Dharma protectors remind us to be diligent in the pursuit of our goal and responsibilities. So we can see that Buddhism is neither a religion nor a superstition. The four Dharma protectors hold various objects to symbolize different aspects of the teachings. The Eastern Dharma Protector, or managing the nation, holds a lute, which symbolizes the principle that we need to refrain from acting with undue haste, but should keep to the middle path. It is like playing a lute. If the strings are too loose, it will not play well. If the strings are too tight, they will break. We need to be responsible in our duties and do things in a proper, balanced way. The Southern Dharma Protector of Growth holds the sword of wisdom that cuts away all troubles and worries. the Western Dharma protector, holds a dragon or snake that is twining around him. The dragon or snake symbolizes change. Today, everything is constantly changing. Only when we can see the truth will we be able to interact with ease and serenity. The Northern Dharma protector holds an umbrella, symbolizing protecting us from all the pollution around us. While learning, we need to safeguard our pure mind and quiet heart from becoming polluted. Furthermore, we need to understand the true reality of life and the universe, to have the wisdom and ability to interact with all others, matters, and objects. All of this can be learned by visiting the Hall of Heavenly Guardians. If we regard these protectors as deities to be worshipped, who have magical powers who will protect us if we burn incense, prostrate, and offer them flowers and fruit, praying for protection and safety, we will be sadly mistaken. This is superstition. All the facilities, images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and offering maids are teaching aids designed to inspire our mind and wisdom. They also serve to remind us of the importance of being enlightened instead of deluded, virtuous instead of deviated, pure instead of polluted. These are the three principles of Buddhist teaching and practice. Therefore, everything in a way place serves as a teaching aid. Even the offerings are educational. A container of water symbolizes the Dharma. The water is clean, symbolizing that our minds need to be as pure as the water. It is calm, without a single ripple, symbolizing the serenity, the tranquility in our hearts. It is to have purity and equality of mind. Flowers symbolize the cause, as the blossoming of flowers results in the bearing of fruit. Flowers symbolize the 6 paramitas. Fruits are not offered to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to eat. They remind us that if we want the sweet fruit or the good result, we must cultivate and accumulate good deeds, the cause. Thus, everything we see in a way place is a teaching aid. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas neither smell nor eat. They want for nothing. We also see lamps, which symbolize wisdom and brightness. Incense sticks, which symbolize self-discipline and deep concentration. You will not see anything in the cultivation and lecture halls that do not symbolize some aspect of the teachings. However, it is a sad loss that many Buddhists are totally ignorant of the educational significance of these objects. They do not know why they burn the incense or why they make offerings to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Their belief is actually superstition. Some people criticize Buddhists for being superstitious. They are right. Too many Buddhists are confused about Buddhism. We need to be clear on what we are learning and explain this to the skeptics and critics. Then I believe they will also want to learn. I have introduced Buddhism to people in China in this manner. After hearing my explanation, they said they had been missing a good thing and wished to learn more. In conclusion, it is the genuine wisdom and the perfect enlightenment, the infinite enlightenment in Buddhism that helps all sentient beings obtain true benefits and happiness. The Buddha teaches all sentient beings with his boundless, compassionate heart. Throughout history, Buddhist practitioners, whether they be of the esoteric, Zen, or any other school, have made great achievements following these principles and methods. Today, however, many people know very little of the genuine principles and methods. So few have any real achievements. In our Dharma-ending age, people have overwhelming obstacles from their accumulated karma. Under these circumstances, the Buddha name chanting recitation method is most effective due to its simplicity and expediency. It neither takes a long time nor requires special rituals. Anyone can practice it, anytime, any place. This is why so many people have attained achievement. Taiwan is neither large in size nor population, but in the last 40 years, by my conservative estimate, over 500 people have attained birth into the Pure Land to become a Buddha in this lifetime. To become a Buddha in one lifetime. To succeed, we accord with the teachings in the 5 Pure Land Sutras and 1 commentary. Generate the Bodhi mind and concentrate on mindfulness of Buddha Amitabha. The Awakening of Faith Sutra, the Awakening of Faith Sastra stated that enlightenment is innate. Delusion is not. Therefore, we definitely can uncover our Buddha nature and our proper viewpoints. We definitely can discard what is not innate, our delusion, deviated viewpoints, and impurities. Thus, we recite Amitabha to rid ourselves of our negative karmas and bad habits, to live simply, to practice diligently, to achieve, to attain the Buddha name chanting samadhi. Then, finally, we attain freedom in body and mind and understand the true reality. We are free to go whenever we wish. If we choose to remain here for a longer time, that is all right. Since so many have achieved, why can't we? We have not sincerely chanted long enough. How long is long enough? According to ancient records, many have achieved after 3 years. After that, we no longer have any fears. We will feel perfectly safe, and our minds will be perfectly at ease. If the Third World War were to start today, and a nuclear bomb were to explode, we would simply say that it was time to go to the Pure Land. No pain, no fear, true freedom. This is what the Infinite Life Sutra explained as the true benefit given to all sentient beings. Adopt whatever teachings and practice are beneficial and effective. There is only one ultimate goal for us: benefiting all sentient beings, helping them free themselves from delusions and sufferings, and enabling them to attain happiness and enlightenment. If badgering or battering works, use it. If gentleness works, use it. But be aware that falsehoods, attachments, emotions, and delusions have nothing to do with Buddhism or attaining our goal. I hope everyone will attain the goal of freedom from delusion, attachment, and suffering, to attain happiness, tranquility, and the perfect, complete enlightenment. Amitabha.